We all reach points in life where we feel a tug, a deep urge to reset, to leave behind what no longer serves us, and to step towards something new, fresh, and fulfilling. It might be a moment of reflection after a tough breakup, a job loss, a move to a new city, or even just the quiet realization that life has started to feel routine and the passion we once had seems distant. This urge to start over isn't a sign of failure. It's a powerful signal that you're ready to grow, evolve, and make changes that matter. We often think reinvention is for the bold, for those who can risk it all and walk away unafraid. But real reinvention begins in small, gentle steps that start within. It's a process of peeling back layers, of rediscovering who you are beyond the labels, roles, and responsibilities that may have come to define you. It's a journey that anyone, regardless of age, background, or current circumstances, can take on, starting right now. What holds us back? Fear, doubts, a lack of direction, and the comfort of the familiar. We're conditioned to believe that staying the course is safe and venturing out is risky. But there's a truth that often lies hidden. The real risk is in staying stagnant, in clinging to a version of ourselves that we may have outgrown, in limiting ourselves to old beliefs, fears, and routines that do not support the life we truly want. Change isn't a storm we must endure. It's a gift that allows us to breathe, to expand, to start afresh. If the idea of a new path sounds thrilling but also overwhelming, remember this. Reinvention doesn't have to happen all at once. It's not about making a drastic shift or throwing your current life away. It's about small, intentional actions that build up to something transformative. Every journey starts with a single step, and each step takes you closer to becoming the person you wish to be. Many people think that to transform, we need to focus on the external, new careers, new relationships, new hobbies. But the real reinvention happens inside. It begins with letting go of past disappointments, forgiving yourself for perceived missteps, and giving yourself permission to move forward with courage. It's about taking the lessons from your past, turning them into wisdom, and using that wisdom to create a stronger, happier future. Starting over is more than a clean slate. It's the chance to design a life that aligns with your values and dreams. Maybe you're feeling a sense of dissatisfaction with where you are, or maybe you're feeling inspired by the potential of what could be. That feeling is your spark. That spark is the beginning of possibility, the first signal that change is calling. This journey of transformation isn't just about creating a new life. It's about creating a life that feels truer to you, a life where each day feels intentional and each step feels right. You're not starting over from scratch. You're starting over with experience, and that experience will be your guide. Reinvention is both an art and a science. It requires self-discipline, commitment, and patience, but it also needs a touch of grace, kindness, and curiosity. As you step forward, doubts may arise. Some days will feel like steady progress, while others may feel like 2 steps back, and that's okay. The strength of this journey lies in resilience, the willingness to keep moving, keep growing, and keep believing in your potential, even when things feel uncertain. We often think the world around us has control over who we are and where we're going, but you have more power than you realize. You have the power to redefine what success, happiness, and fulfillment mean to you. You can choose to fill your days with actions, people, and thoughts that support the person you are becoming. It doesn't matter if you've been told that people don't change or if you've tried before and stumbled. Growth isn't linear, and starting over doesn't erase who you are. It enhances you. The path forward will call on your courage, your patience, and your ability to trust yourself. As you start over, You'll develop skills and habits that will make you stronger, more resilient, and more in tune with your true self. Imagine the freedom of living in a way that feels deeply fulfilling, where your actions match your values and your life feels like it's genuinely yours. That's the reward of reinvention. This process will also deepen your sense of purpose. The more you align with who you want to be, the clearer your goals and intentions become. Purpose isn't something that arrives one day like a package on your doorstep. It's something you cultivate, something you allow to grow and take shape within you as you try new things, learn from them, and evolve. With each new step, you'll be shaping a version of yourself that brings satisfaction and peace, someone who knows the direction they're headed and why. But how? Where do we begin when the task feels so monumental? The answer lies in breaking down the journey into manageable steps. From building self-discipline to mastering emotional control, from setting boundaries to cultivating gratitude, each practice will bring you closer to who you want to be. Each step is a piece of the puzzle, a building block that, when added together, will create a foundation for the new life you're envisioning. Reinvention may feel like a solitary journey, but it's also one that connects us with others. The lessons we learn, the insights we gain, and the wisdom we collect along the way enrich our relationships and help us build meaningful connections. As you grow, the people around you will feel the shift too. You'll attract those who are aligned with your values and let go of relationships that no longer fit. Reinventing yourself doesn't mean walking away from everything. It means choosing what and who adds meaning, joy, and support to your life. Starting over isn't a sign of weakness. It's a testament to your strength. It's a declaration that you believe in yourself enough to pursue a life that aligns with your deepest values and dreams. And yes, there may be hurdles and moments of doubt, but they are simply parts of the process. With each challenge, you'll build resilience, and with each victory, you'll gain confidence. This journey isn't just about changing your circumstances, it's about transforming your inner world. You'll learn how to navigate setbacks with grace, how to find joy in simple moments, and how to see each day as an opportunity to live a life you're proud of. Reinvention is an invitation to live authentically, to be fully present in the moments that matter, and to embrace the joy of growth. So, as you prepare to embark on this journey, remember, the path may not always be easy, but it will be worth it. Starting over allows you to redefine what success and happiness mean to you, to shed the weight of the past, and to step into a life that feels purposeful and true. You're not merely starting over, you're setting the stage for a more empowered, fulfilled version of yourself. Let this be the beginning of a journey that brings you closer to the life you've always wanted to live. Letting go of the past is one of the hardest, yet most liberating steps to take. Memories, regrets, and old wounds often stay with us, sometimes shaping how we view ourselves and what we believe we're capable of. To truly start over, it's essential to move forward with clarity and purpose. Holding on to past pains or mistakes only weighs down the journey ahead, making it harder to walk freely into a future of growth and possibility. Learning to let go doesn't mean forgetting or denying the past. It means accepting it for what it was, recognizing its lessons, and allowing ourselves to grow beyond it. This chapter will explore ways to find acceptance, embrace change, and ultimately free ourselves from the grasp of what once was. The power of acceptance lies in its simplicity. When we stop resisting what has already happened, we can approach life with greater peace. Acceptance doesn't mean condoning mistakes or saying that everything is perfect. It simply means acknowledging that what happened is done and cannot be changed. By looking at the past with honesty and a sense of neutrality, we open a space for understanding. Stoicism teaches that things outside our control are not worth our worry. What has happened belongs to the past and is no longer within our reach to alter, and by clinging to it, we only deepen the frustration. Letting go of the need to control what's already past frees our energy for the present and future. Another key to embracing the past is learning to see our experiences without judgment. We tend to label events as good or bad, but these labels can create unnecessary emotional barriers. Every experience, joyful or painful, has something valuable to offer. Often, our greatest growth comes from times of struggle, and the wisdom we gain through hardships becomes a foundation for our future selves. Practicing this type of acceptance allows us to find lessons and meaning in our past rather than regrets. It gives us a chance to reframe the narrative and see our past as a rich source of personal growth and strength rather than a list of mistakes. Reflecting on the past with a sense of compassion can also help release its hold on us. Compassion allows us to see ourselves as human, imperfect, vulnerable, and constantly learning. Instead of harshly criticizing past choices or blaming ourselves for what went wrong, we can approach our past actions with a sense of understanding. Every choice we made in the past was a result of who we were at that time. We can't judge ourselves based on who we are now, with the benefit of new insights and experiences. Instead, by treating ourselves kindly, we create a nurturing inner environment that supports change. Forgiveness is an essential part of acceptance and perhaps one of the most powerful acts of letting go. To forgive doesn't mean we dismiss the pain we felt or forget the hurtful actions of others. Forgiveness is about freeing ourselves from the grip of resentment. Holding on to anger or regret ties us to past hurts, draining us emotionally. In forgiving, we take back our power, releasing ourselves from the past and opening ourselves to a future of peace. It's a gift we give ourselves, freeing our hearts from the weight of unresolved anger and bitterness. Our attachment to past identities can also hold us back. We often define ourselves based on old roles, relationships, or titles, clinging to identities that no longer serve us. But each new stage of life offers a chance to redefine who we are. Clinging to old identities limits our growth and keeps us stuck in the past. By allowing ourselves to evolve beyond past labels, we create space for new possibilities. We can become someone different, someone who better reflects who we are now and who we hope to be. Letting go of old identities is not an act of loss, but an invitation to growth. Change, while daunting, is a constant companion in life. Learning to embrace change rather than resist it makes the journey smoother and more fulfilling. Change isn't something to be feared, it's a sign of life's endless potential. Just as seasons change, so too do we, and every shift holds new opportunities. When we stop fighting change and instead flow with it, we experience less stress and more peace. Resisting change only intensifies our discomfort. By viewing it as natural and necessary, we open ourselves to all the positive things that come with transformation. A crucial part of accepting change is cultivating a flexible mindset. Rigidity keeps us tied to what is familiar, even if it no longer serves us. By staying open and adaptable, we're better equipped to handle whatever life brings our way. Flexibility is like mental resilience. It allows us to bend but not break, to move with the winds of change rather than against them. This way, we become stronger and more capable, finding new ways to navigate challenges without being overwhelmed by them. Another way to embrace change is to stay curious about the unknown. Often, our fear of change comes from a fear of the unfamiliar. When we replace fear with curiosity, we shift our focus from the potential risks to the possible rewards. Curiosity encourages us to explore, to learn, and to grow. Instead of approaching change with dread, we can approach it with a spirit of wonder, excited by the new experiences and growth it may bring. Curiosity turns challenges into adventures and makes the unknown feel less intimidating. Acceptance and resilience go hand in hand. Resilience is our ability to bounce back, to rise after every fall, and to keep moving forward despite the setbacks. Acceptance strengthens resilience because it frees us from the need to control outcomes and lets us respond to life's challenges with a calm and steady heart. Each time we accept something beyond our control, we reinforce our inner strength. Resilience, then, becomes not just a response to difficulties, but a part of who we are, a quality we can rely on no matter what comes our way. Learning to live in the present moment is another step in letting go. The past is unchangeable and the future is uncertain, but the present is ours to shape. When we stay grounded in the here and now, we reduce the power that past regrets or future anxieties have over us. Mindfulness teaches us to engage fully in each moment, allowing us to experience life more deeply. It's in the present that we find peace and clarity, the place where true change can begin. By focusing on the present, we let go of what we cannot change and invest in what we can. Developing gratitude can help us embrace new beginnings with a sense of joy and appreciation. Gratitude shifts our focus from what went wrong in the past to what is good and possible in the present. By recognizing the blessings and opportunities around us, we anchor ourselves in a positive mindset that supports growth. Gratitude doesn't ignore challenges, but puts them in perspective, reminding us that even amid difficulties, there is much to appreciate. This shift in perspective opens our hearts to the new possibilities that lie ahead. Living authentically is another powerful way to start over. When we let go of societal expectations or the need for approval, we free ourselves to live according to our own values and desires. Embracing our true selves creates a foundation of confidence and self-respect that can't be shaken by past mistakes or future uncertainty. Authenticity is liberating because it releases us from the pressures of conformity. When we live authentically, we draw closer to who we truly are, making every new beginning a reflection of our deepest self. Self-compassion is also key in embracing new starts. It's easy to be critical of ourselves for past mistakes, but self-compassion reminds us to treat ourselves with kindness. By giving ourselves the same understanding we would offer a friend, we soften our inner dialogue and create a supportive environment for growth. Compassion allows us to see setbacks as part of the process, rather than failures. With self-compassion, we move forward with a lighter heart and greater resolve. Developing a growth mindset further enhances our ability to embrace change. With a growth mindset, we view challenges as opportunities for development rather than obstacles. This perspective empowers us to see every setback as a learning experience, allowing us to grow stronger and more capable with each new challenge. A growth mindset transforms fear into curiosity, mistakes into lessons, and uncertainty into opportunity, making every step of reinvention an exciting process of self-discovery. Setting intentions can ground us as we move into new beginnings. Intentions give direction to our actions, aligning them with our values and goals. Unlike rigid goals, intentions are flexible and adaptable, allowing us to stay on course while remaining open to change. Intentions remind us of our purpose, helping us navigate life's ups and downs with clarity. They act as a gentle guide, allowing us to move forward with confidence, even when the path ahead is unclear. Finding peace with what we cannot change is one of the greatest gifts we can give ourselves. Life will always have moments beyond our control, but peace comes when we stop resisting these realities. Surrendering to what is beyond our reach brings a profound sense of calm, reducing inner turmoil and making room for joy. This inner peace, born from acceptance, allows us to live more fully, free from the weight of what we cannot alter. In letting go of the past, we also free ourselves to connect more deeply with others. Holding on to past grievances or hurt can cloud our relationships, creating distance and mistrust. By releasing these past hurts, we open our hearts to authentic connection. We create space for forgiveness, understanding, and empathy, all of which nurture healthier relationships. Letting go strengthens our ability to love and be loved, enriching our connections in profound ways. When we let go, we give ourselves permission to dream again. The past can sometimes limit our vision for the future, filling us with self-doubt or fear. But when we release what no longer serves us, we create space for new dreams, new ambitions, and new possibilities. This freedom allows us to envision a life beyond our past, one that is shaped by hope, creativity, and passion. When we free ourselves from the weight of the past, a powerful foundation for growth emerges. However, for this journey to be meaningful and sustainable, it requires something vital: discipline. Discipline is the bridge between intention and action, the force that helps us stay true to our values, even when life's challenges pull us off course. Building discipline is not about strict rules or punishment. It's about creating habits that align with our higher purpose and keep us grounded even in times of difficulty. Through Stoic principles, we learn that true discipline is rooted in self-mastery, patience, and a commitment to our chosen path. Discipline is more than just following a plan. It's a form of inner strength that empowers us to reach our fullest potential. The Stoics believed that practicing temperance, moderation in all things, was essential for self-discipline. Temperance is about balance, making sure we don't overindulge in pleasures or get swept away by impulses. By practicing temperance, we gain control over our desires, which in turn strengthens our discipline. When we learn to say no to fleeting urges, we say yes to what truly matters. This balance allows us to make choices with clarity, as we're no longer ruled by sudden impulses, but guided by intention. One way to strengthen discipline is to set small, attainable goals. Big goals can be overwhelming, and when they feel too far out of reach, we might give up before we start. But small goals are manageable, and each one brings us closer to the larger vision. These small goals create a pattern of achievement that builds confidence. As each small step is completed, it adds to a growing sense of accomplishment, proving to ourselves that we are capable of reaching the next step and the one after that. Over time, these small wins build an unshakable foundation of discipline. Patience is a core component of self-discipline. It teaches us that results don't come instantly, that the best things in life require time and persistence. Patience is the virtue that keeps us moving forward when immediate results aren't visible. With patience, we understand that every effort, even when it feels insignificant, contributes to the bigger picture. This awareness allows us to stay calm and focused, knowing that success is a process, not an event. In practicing patience, we reinforce our commitment to the journey rather than obsessing over the destination. Celebrating progress is another important part of building discipline. Recognizing small achievements reinforces our efforts and keeps us motivated. When we celebrate progress, we acknowledge the value of each step, which encourages us to keep moving forward. This doesn't mean that we should rest on our laurels, but rather that we appreciate the hard work put in. Celebrations, however small, act as reminders of why we began and help us to remain committed even when the path becomes challenging. Self-awareness plays a crucial role in self-discipline. It allows us to recognize our strengths and weaknesses, which helps us make informed decisions about where to focus our efforts. When we understand our own tendencies, we can create strategies to work around them. Self-awareness also helps us to identify triggers that may lead to distraction or indulgence, giving us the chance to redirect our energy before slipping off course. By cultivating self-awareness, we develop a deeper understanding of ourselves, which is the foundation of disciplined living. Another Stoic principle that reinforces discipline is the concept of purpose. When we know our purpose, discipline becomes easier because we understand why we are making sacrifices or facing difficulties. Purpose gives us something larger to work toward, a vision that inspires us to remain dedicated even when things get tough. This sense of purpose acts as an anchor, reminding us of the bigger picture and keeping us grounded in our values. Purpose-driven discipline is not just about achieving goals. It's about fulfilling a deeper sense of meaning. Routine is a powerful tool for building discipline. When we create a routine, we make certain tasks automatic, reducing the mental energy needed to stay on track. A consistent routine provides structure and predictability, making it easier to maintain focus. Through repetition, tasks that may initially feel difficult become second nature, reinforcing our commitment without requiring constant motivation. Routine builds momentum, and with each passing day, it strengthens our discipline by transforming small actions into lifelong habits. Self-control is an essential skill in practicing discipline. It enables us to manage our reactions and make deliberate choices rather than acting on impulse. Self-control requires us to pause and consider the consequences of our actions, to think before we act. With self-control, we can avoid choices that may offer short-term pleasure but ultimately lead us away from our goals. Self-control gives us the power to shape our lives by making decisions that align with our values and intentions. Visualization can also support our efforts toward discipline. When we envision the person we want to become, it strengthens our resolve to make choices that align with that vision. Visualization provides clarity, allowing us to see our goals as more than abstract ideas. This clarity makes it easier to stay disciplined because we are reminded of what we're working toward. Visualizing success helps us to remain focused on our desired outcome, giving each action a sense of purpose and direction. Discipline requires us to be honest with ourselves. Self-deception is the enemy of progress because it blinds us to areas that need improvement. By facing ourselves honestly, we gain a clear understanding of our habits, both good and bad. Honesty helps us identify patterns that may be holding us back and allows us to make real changes. Without honesty, discipline is built on shaky ground. But with it, we create a foundation of trust in ourselves, making it easier to stay committed to our goals. Setting boundaries is another crucial aspect of discipline. Boundaries protect our time and energy, ensuring that we are not distracted by things that do not serve our goals. When we set boundaries, we prioritize our commitments and focus on what truly matters. This focus helps us to avoid unnecessary temptations and distractions, making it easier to stay on track. Boundaries also reinforce self-respect by reminding us that our time and efforts are valuable and deserve protection. Mindfulness helps us stay present and aware of our choices, which strengthens discipline. When we practice mindfulness, we are more attuned to our actions and thoughts, making it easier to catch ourselves before we veer off course. Mindfulness teaches us to observe our impulses without acting on them, creating a moment of awareness that supports disciplined choices. This presence of mind allows us to respond rather than react, aligning our actions with our values. Accountability is a powerful motivator for discipline. When we hold ourselves accountable, we take responsibility for our actions and their outcomes. Accountability reinforces our commitment because it removes excuses and requires us to face the results of our choices. Whether we hold ourselves accountable through self-reflection or by sharing our goals with others, this practice strengthens our resolve to stay disciplined. Accountability helps us to remain consistent, knowing that each choice reflects our character. Resilience is also essential in developing discipline. Resilience gives us the strength to keep going even when challenges arise. It teaches us to view obstacles as temporary setbacks rather than permanent barriers. Resilience helps us to bounce back from failure and remain committed to our path. This perseverance builds a strong foundation for discipline as we learn to handle difficulties with grace and continue forward regardless of circumstances. The practice of gratitude can support discipline by shifting our focus from what we lack to what we have. When we cultivate gratitude, we become more content and less driven by desires for external rewards. Gratitude reminds us that discipline is not about deprivation, but about creating a life that aligns with our values. This shift in perspective makes it easier to remain disciplined because we are no longer tempted by fleeting pleasures. Instead, we find joy in the present and appreciate the journey. Discipline also requires self-respect. When we value ourselves, we are less likely to make choices that undermine our goals. Self-respect encourages us to hold ourselves to a high standard, to make choices that reflect our worth. This respect builds discipline by reinforcing our commitment to ourselves and our values. When we respect ourselves, we take our commitments seriously, knowing that we deserve to achieve our goals and live a life aligned with our highest ideals. Setting realistic expectations is another way to build discipline. Unrealistic goals can lead to burnout or disappointment, making it harder to stay committed. By setting achievable goals, we create a sense of progress and avoid the frustration that comes from setting ourselves up for failure. Realistic expectations make it easier to stay disciplined because each goal feels attainable, reinforcing our belief in our abilities and keeping us motivated. Learning to embrace discomfort is essential for discipline. Growth often involves stepping outside our comfort zones, and discipline requires us to do what is necessary, not just what is easy. When we accept discomfort as part of the journey, we strengthen our resilience and make it easier to stay disciplined. Embracing discomfort teaches us to persevere, to move forward even when the path is challenging. This willingness to face discomfort builds inner strength, making us more capable of handling life's demands. Focusing on progress rather than perfection supports a disciplined mindset. Perfectionism can be paralyzing, making it difficult to move forward because nothing feels good enough. When we focus on progress, we shift our attention from flawlessness to improvement. This approach makes it easier to stay disciplined because each small step is a victory. Progress reminds us that growth is a journey, that discipline is about continuous improvement rather than an unattainable ideal. Learning from setbacks strengthens discipline. Mistakes are part of the learning process, and each one offers valuable insights. When we view setbacks as opportunities for growth, we develop resilience and adaptability. This mindset makes it easier to stay disciplined because we understand that failure is not the end. It's a stepping stone towards success. Learning from mistakes empowers us to make better choices, turning setbacks into lessons that reinforce our commitment. Creating a supportive environment can also aid in discipline. Surrounding ourselves with people and things that align with our goals makes it easier to stay on track. A supportive environment minimizes distractions and encourages us to make choices that reinforce our values. This environment acts as a buffer against temptation, helping us to remain disciplined even when challenges arise. With a strong foundation of discipline, we're equipped to take on one of life's most powerful skills: emotional control. Emotions are the internal tides that often influence our thoughts, choices, and actions. While emotions can bring richness to our lives, unchecked emotions can steer us away from our values, cloud our judgment, and lead us into conflict. Mastering emotional control, according to Stoic philosophy, is not about suppressing our emotions, but rather understanding and guiding them with awareness. By separating events from our emotional reactions, we gain the ability to respond with clarity and wisdom, regardless of life's challenges. Emotional mastery is the path to greater inner peace, resilience, and freedom. The Stoics taught that events are neutral. It's our perception of them that assigns meaning. Recognizing this distinction allows us to approach each moment without unnecessary emotional weight. When we see an event as neutral, we remove the power it holds over us. This perception gives us the freedom to choose how we respond. Instead of allowing emotions to control us, we become the ones in control, making decisions based on reason rather than reaction. This shift in perspective transforms the way we navigate life, allowing us to move with calm confidence. Practicing mindfulness enhances our ability to control our emotions. Mindfulness involves observing our emotions without judgment, allowing us to experience them without letting them dictate our actions. By staying present, we develop a sense of detachment that enables us to experience emotions fully without being overwhelmed. This practice creates a mental space between ourselves and our feelings, which gives us the freedom to respond thoughtfully rather than react impulsively. Mindfulness turns emotional control into a skill, one that grows stronger with each mindful moment. A key to emotional control is understanding that our emotions are influenced by our thoughts. Thoughts create the lens through which we view events, and changing our thoughts can change how we feel. When we notice an intense emotion, we can pause and examine the thoughts behind it, asking ourselves if they are accurate or helpful. Often, our emotions are based on assumptions or beliefs that don't serve us. By questioning these thoughts, we can reshape our emotional landscape and respond to situations with greater clarity and balance. Emotional control also involves setting boundaries. Boundaries protect our emotional well-being by defining what we will and won't tolerate. By establishing boundaries, we reduce situations that may trigger intense emotional reactions. Boundaries remind us that we have the right to protect our peace, that we can say no to people or situations that compromise our emotional stability. Setting boundaries is an act of self-respect, one that strengthens our ability to manage emotions by creating a safe space for ourselves. Practicing self-compassion supports emotional control by allowing us to approach our feelings with kindness. When we judge ourselves for feeling a certain way, we add another layer of emotional turmoil. Self-compassion helps us to accept our emotions as natural and human, removing the guilt or shame that often accompanies them. This acceptance makes it easier to address our emotions calmly, without adding extra weight to them. Self-compassion is not indulgence. It's an essential part of emotional control that allows us to navigate our feelings with grace. Another aspect of mastering emotional control is understanding the impermanence of emotions. Emotions are temporary, often lasting only a few minutes if left alone. When we recognize their transient nature, we can experience emotions without getting attached to them. This awareness reduces the intensity of negative emotions, as we know they will pass in time. Instead of holding on to emotions, we can observe them as waves that come and go, allowing us to ride the highs and lows without losing our inner balance. Breath control can serve as an anchor during intense emotional moments. By focusing on our breathing, we create a steady rhythm that calms the nervous system and reduces emotional intensity. Deep, intentional breathing shifts our body's response from stress to relaxation, giving us time to reflect before reacting. This simple practice creates a sense of calm that supports emotional control, providing a moment of stillness amid the emotional storm. Through breath control, we regain composure, which makes it easier to respond thoughtfully. Acknowledge the power of choice in emotional control. While we may not control what happens to us, we control how we respond. This choice is a powerful reminder that we are not victims of our emotions, but active participants in shaping our experience. When we recognize our ability to choose, we feel empowered to act with intention rather than reaction. This sense of agency strengthens emotional control by reinforcing the idea that our responses are within our power, regardless of the circumstances. Emotional control is also supported by acceptance. Accepting the emotions we feel, rather than fighting them, allows us to work with them instead of against them. Resistance only amplifies emotions, creating inner conflict. Acceptance, on the other hand, softens the impact of emotions, allowing them to flow through us without causing distress. By accepting emotions as they arise, we reduce their power over us, making it easier to maintain control and respond with calmness. Perspective taking can transform our emotional experience. When we view a situation from a broader perspective, our emotions often shift. This practice helps us to see beyond our immediate feelings, considering other viewpoints or imagining how we might feel about the situation in the future. Perspective taking reduces emotional intensity by reminding us that our current viewpoint is only one of many. This broader view allows us to step back from emotions and approach challenges with a balanced outlook. Engaging in positive self-talk supports emotional control by calming our inner voice. Negative self-talk fuels emotions like fear, anger, and self-doubt, intensifying our reactions. Positive self-talk, however, provides reassurance and encouragement, making it easier to manage emotions. By consciously choosing words that uplift rather than criticize, we create a supportive internal environment that fosters calm. Positive self-talk doesn't ignore challenges, but empowers us to face them with a resilient mindset. Developing resilience reinforces our ability to manage emotions during difficult times. Resilience allows us to bounce back from setbacks and adapt to change without becoming overwhelmed. This adaptability is essential for emotional control because it helps us to handle challenges without losing our balance. Resilience builds inner strength, giving us the capacity to handle life's ups and downs without being overtaken by emotion. Each resilient response strengthens our emotional control, making us more capable of facing future challenges. Detachment is a Stoic technique that helps us manage emotions by reducing personal attachment to events. Detachment doesn't mean indifference. It means recognizing that external events are not a reflection of our worth. By practicing detachment, we separate our sense of self from circumstances, which reduces the emotional weight we place on them. This approach creates a sense of freedom, allowing us to view situations objectively and respond calmly. Detachment empowers us to navigate life with greater ease and less emotional turmoil. Practicing gratitude shifts our emotional focus from what we lack to what we appreciate. Gratitude reduces negative emotions like envy or resentment by reminding us of the abundance in our lives. This positive focus transforms our emotional state, fostering contentment and reducing stress. Gratitude doesn't ignore challenges, but highlights the blessings that remain, creating a balanced outlook that supports emotional control. When we cultivate gratitude, we strengthen our ability to handle difficult emotions with a sense of calm. Learning to release expectations helps us maintain emotional control. Expectations often create frustration or disappointment when reality doesn't match our desires. By letting go of rigid expectations, we free ourselves from unnecessary emotional distress. This release allows us to approach situations with openness, reducing the emotional impact of unmet expectations. Releasing expectations helps us to stay grounded in the present, making it easier to respond with calm acceptance rather than frustration. Journaling can serve as a valuable tool for emotional processing. Writing down our feelings provides an outlet for emotions, allowing us to release them rather than bottling them up. Journaling offers clarity, helping us to see patterns in our emotional responses and identify areas for growth. This practice supports emotional control by transforming intense emotions into words, reducing their impact and giving us insight into our inner world. Journaling is a safe space for self-expression that promotes understanding and calm. Emotional control benefits from focusing on what we can control. Often, our emotions are triggered by things outside our influence. When we redirect our focus to what is within our power, we reduce feelings of helplessness or frustration. This focus reminds us that while we can't control external events, we can control our responses. By channeling our energy into what we can influence, we strengthen our emotional stability and create a greater sense of empowerment. Practicing self-care enhances our capacity for emotional control. Self-care nurtures our well-being, reducing stress and making it easier to handle emotions. When we take care of ourselves, we build a reserve of energy and resilience that supports emotional stability. Self-care is not selfish. It's a foundation that allows us to approach life's challenges with strength. By prioritizing self-care, we create a balanced state of mind that makes emotional control more attainable. Meditation deepens our ability to manage emotions by fostering inner calm. Through meditation, we learn to observe our thoughts and emotions without attachment, which reduces their impact on us. This practice strengthens emotional control by teaching us to pause before reacting, creating a sense of inner peace that carries into daily life. Meditation helps us to cultivate a calm mind, one that can face life's challenges without being swayed by intense emotions. Compassion for others can support our emotional balance. When we practice empathy, we shift our focus from ourselves to understanding others. This shift reduces feelings like anger or frustration as we gain insight into the perspectives of those around us. Compassion allows us to approach conflicts with a sense of understanding rather than judgment, making it easier to maintain emotional control. By cultivating compassion, we create harmonious relationships that contribute to our emotional well-being. Emotional control provides a stable foundation for the next essential step in personal growth, discovering purpose and direction. Living with purpose means more than setting goals or achieving success. It's about creating a life that feels deeply meaningful and aligned with who you are at your core. Purpose gives direction to our actions, clarity to our choices, and fulfillment to our lives. In Stoic philosophy, purpose is grounded in virtues and guided by values, directing us toward a life that's not only fulfilling, but also in service to others. This journey is about finding what matters most and letting it shape each decision, creating a sense of peace, satisfaction, and genuine joy. Purpose isn't found overnight. It's cultivated through understanding ourselves and committing to what we truly believe in. Living purposefully begins with defining personal values. Values are the foundation of purpose, the principles that guide our actions and shape our character. When we identify and commit to our values, we gain clarity on what truly matters. This clarity simplifies decision-making as our choices naturally align with our values. Living in accordance with these values creates a sense of integrity, allowing us to feel more whole and connected to our purpose. By rooting ourselves in values, we lay the groundwork for a meaningful life. Stoic philosophy teaches that virtues such as wisdom, courage, and kindness serve as pillars of purposeful living. These virtues remind us of what is universally good, guiding our actions toward a higher standard. When we commit to virtues, we create a life built on respect, empathy, and fairness, which resonates with a deeper sense of purpose. Virtues act as a compass, keeping us on the path of integrity and helping us contribute positively to the world around us. Embracing these virtues strengthens our sense of purpose. Self-reflection is a vital practice in finding purpose. Reflection allows us to examine our thoughts, desires, and actions, helping us to understand what resonates with our true selves. By regularly reflecting, we gain insight into what fulfills us and what doesn't, which brings us closer to our purpose. This practice encourages growth by revealing areas where we can improve, as well as showing us what we need to let go of. Through reflection, we learn to listen to our inner voice, which guides us toward a life that feels meaningful. Purpose often emerges when we shift our focus from personal gain to service. Serving others and contributing to our community brings fulfillment and gives our lives meaning. When we focus solely on ourselves, our lives may feel empty, but when we give back, we become part of something larger. Acts of kindness, generosity, and support enrich our relationships and give depth to our purpose. Contribution connects us to others and reminds us that purpose is often found in the ways we positively impact those around us. The Stoics believed that purpose is rooted in accepting responsibility for our actions. By taking ownership of our lives, we empower ourselves to shape our path. Responsibility fosters accountability, teaching us that each choice contributes to our overall purpose. Accepting responsibility means acknowledging that we have the power to influence our lives, which reinforces our commitment to live meaningfully. This sense of ownership instills confidence and encourages us to make decisions that align with our highest intentions. Gratitude strengthens our sense of purpose by highlighting the abundance already present in our lives. When we appreciate what we have, we develop a sense of contentment that supports purposeful living. Gratitude shifts our focus from what we lack to what we value, reinforcing our commitment to a meaningful life. This practice also reminds us of the people, opportunities, and experiences that have shaped us, which deepens our sense of connection and purpose. With gratitude, we cultivate a positive outlook that nourishes purposeful actions. Purpose requires us to embrace growth. Living with purpose is a journey of continuous self-improvement, where each experience contributes to our evolution. Growth teaches us to be adaptable, to learn from mistakes, and to strive toward becoming our best selves. This dedication to growth brings a sense of progress, as we constantly refine our character and deepen our understanding of what truly matters. Embracing growth strengthens our purpose, making each challenge an opportunity for personal development. Finding purpose also involves practicing courage. Courage enables us to pursue a meaningful life, even when it requires stepping out of our comfort zones. A purposeful life often means making choices that challenge us, that demand we act with conviction. Courage fuels our commitment to our values and strengthens our resolve to pursue a life of significance. By choosing courage over fear, we align ourselves with a purpose that goes beyond personal comfort, creating a life of true depth and impact. Patience plays a key role in purposeful living. Purpose isn't something we discover overnight. It unfolds gradually as we grow and evolve. Patience teaches us to trust the process, to understand that each experience contributes to our journey. Rushing toward purpose can lead to frustration, but with patience, we can embrace each step as valuable. This approach allows us to enjoy the present while still moving toward our purpose. With patience, we allow our purpose to reveal itself naturally. Purposeful living is closely tied to resilience. Resilience helps us stay true to our purpose, even in the face of adversity. Challenges are inevitable, but resilience teaches us to view them as stepping stones rather than obstacles. Each time we overcome a difficulty, we grow stronger and more committed to our purpose. Resilience keeps us grounded, helping us to remain focused on what truly matters. This strength ensures that we continue to live with purpose, regardless of circumstances. Listening to our intuition can guide us toward a life of purpose. Intuition is the quiet voice within that often knows what feels right. When we trust our intuition, we gain insights into our true desires, guiding us toward decisions that align with our purpose. This inner wisdom helps us discern between fleeting desires and lasting values. By listening to our intuition, we connect with our deeper self, strengthening our sense of purpose and direction. Purposeful living requires self-discipline. Discipline helps us stay focused on our values, enabling us to make choices that support our purpose rather than distract from it. When we commit to discipline, we reinforce our dedication to living a meaningful life. This practice teaches us to prioritize long-term fulfillment over immediate gratification, which strengthens our purpose. Discipline provides structure, keeping us on course even when the path becomes challenging. Forgiveness plays a role in finding purpose by allowing us to let go of resentment. Holding on to grudges creates emotional burdens that cloud our sense of purpose. Forgiveness frees us from the weight of past hurts, creating space for growth and fulfillment. This release helps us focus on the present, making it easier to live with purpose. Forgiveness is an act of self-compassion that restores our emotional well-being, allowing us to pursue our purpose without distractions. Purposeful living involves embracing simplicity. When we strip away distractions and focus on what truly matters, we create a life that feels more fulfilling. Simplicity helps us to see our priorities clearly, reducing stress and enhancing our connection to purpose. By letting go of unnecessary commitments, we gain more time and energy for what genuinely fulfills us. A simple life allows us to focus on values and relationships, deepening our sense of meaning. Cultivating empathy strengthens our purpose by connecting us to others. Empathy enables us to understand and share in the feelings of those around us, fostering compassion and kindness. This connection reminds us that purpose often involves serving others and making a positive impact. Empathy enriches our relationships, creating a life filled with meaningful connections. By understanding others, we enhance our purpose, creating a life rooted in love and understanding. Purpose is also nurtured by resilience in the face of change. Life is constantly evolving, and purpose requires us to adapt. When we embrace change, we allow ourselves to grow with life's shifts, which deepens our understanding of purpose. Adaptability enables us to adjust our goals and stay connected to our values, even as circumstances change. This flexibility ensures that our purpose remains relevant, allowing us to live meaningfully regardless of the challenges we face. Joy is an essential aspect of living with purpose. When we engage in activities that bring us joy, we connect with our inner self, which strengthens our purpose. Joy reminds us of what makes life worth living, adding richness and satisfaction to our journey. By prioritizing joy, we create a life that feels rewarding and meaningful. Joy isn't a distraction, it's a vital part of purpose that reminds us to celebrate the beauty of life. Trusting in our journey builds a stronger connection to purpose. Life's path may not always be clear, but by trusting in our journey, we open ourselves to unexpected opportunities. Trust teaches us to have faith in our abilities and to embrace each experience as a valuable part of our purpose. This trust allows us to live with confidence, knowing that we are on the right path. By trusting in the process, we strengthen our sense of purpose. A sense of wonder can deepen our purpose. When we approach life with curiosity and appreciation, we open ourselves to new experiences that enrich our purpose. Wonder allows us to see the world with fresh eyes, finding meaning in the small moments. This perspective helps us to feel more connected to our purpose as each day becomes an opportunity to learn and grow. Wonder reminds us that purpose is a journey of discovery, one that never truly ends. Living with purpose and direction brings a sense of fulfillment, but to truly experience a meaningful life, inner peace is essential. Calmness is a gift we give ourselves, a sanctuary in the midst of life's inevitable storms. Stoicism offers a powerful approach to achieving this inner calm through mindfulness, gratitude, and the wisdom of focusing only on what we can control. Inner peace is not about escaping challenges. It's about cultivating a state of mind that remains steady and resilient no matter what comes our way. By practicing mindful awareness and learning to let go of what we cannot change, we create a life that feels centered, balanced, and fulfilling. This journey from chaos to calm begins with small, intentional steps that transform our inner world. Mindfulness is at the heart of inner peace. It teaches us to stay grounded in the present moment, reducing the mental noise created by worries about the future or regrets about the past. When we practice mindfulness, we become more aware of our thoughts and emotions, observing them without judgment. This awareness allows us to respond calmly instead of reacting impulsively, creating a mental space that supports calmness. Mindfulness reminds us that true peace is found in the here and now, in the simplicity of the present. Focusing on what we can control is a fundamental Stoic practice for cultivating peace. Life is full of uncertainties, but by concentrating on our own actions and responses, we reduce the stress caused by external factors. When we understand that certain events are beyond our influence, we can release the urge to change them, freeing ourselves from unnecessary worry. This acceptance brings a profound sense of peace, as we are no longer trying to control the uncontrollable. It allows us to focus on our own intentions and choices, which are the foundation of a calm mind. Gratitude enhances inner peace by shifting our focus from what we lack to what we appreciate. When we practice gratitude, we become more attuned to the positive aspects of our lives, which cultivates a sense of contentment. Gratitude helps us to see the beauty in simple things, reducing the desire for more and grounding us in the present. This practice builds resilience by reminding us of the abundance already in our lives, allowing us to face challenges with a grateful heart and a peaceful mind. Detachment is another Stoic principle that supports calmness. Detachment doesn't mean avoiding emotions or denying connections. It means recognizing that we are separate from our circumstances. This understanding allows us to experience life without becoming entangled in it. When we detach, we can observe events with objectivity, which reduces emotional turmoil. Detachment creates a sense of freedom, as we are no longer defined by outcomes. By embracing detachment, we foster a peaceful state of mind that remains steady, regardless of external events. Letting go of the need for control is essential in cultivating inner peace. Control often creates tension as we try to manipulate outcomes or force situations to align with our expectations. By releasing this need, we embrace acceptance and allow life to unfold naturally. Letting go doesn't mean we stop caring. It means we stop trying to control every detail. This surrender brings a profound sense of calm as we realize that peace is found not in controlling life, but in allowing it to flow. Practicing acceptance helps us to find peace with what is. Acceptance teaches us to embrace reality without resistance, to see things as they are rather than as we wish them to be. This approach reduces inner conflict, as we no longer waste energy fighting against what cannot be changed. Acceptance brings clarity, allowing us to move forward with peace and purpose. It doesn't mean we become passive. It means we choose our battles wisely, focusing our energy on what truly matters. Self-compassion supports inner peace by allowing us to treat ourselves with kindness. When we judge ourselves harshly, we create inner turmoil. But with self-compassion, we accept our imperfections. This gentleness reduces self-criticism, creating a sense of peace within. Self-compassion teaches us that we deserve the same understanding we would offer to a friend, which helps us to release guilt and embrace ourselves fully. With self-compassion, we create an inner environment that fosters calmness and acceptance. Creating a routine of quiet reflection supports a calm mind. Reflection allows us to process our thoughts and emotions, gaining insight into our experiences. This practice helps us to clear mental clutter, making space for calmness and clarity. Reflection encourages self-awareness, teaching us to observe patterns in our behavior and understand our reactions. By taking time to reflect, we cultivate a state of inner peace as we learn to see ourselves with understanding and perspective. Engaging in deep breathing practices can calm the mind and reduce stress. Deep breathing activates the body's relaxation response, shifting us from a state of tension to one of calm. This simple technique helps us to slow down, bringing mindfulness to each breath and releasing physical tension. Breathing deeply reminds us to stay present, grounding us in the moment and reducing anxiety. This practice strengthens our connection to peace, making it easier to find calm during challenging moments. Maintaining simplicity in our lives supports inner peace. When we simplify, we remove distractions that can clutter our minds and create stress. Simplification encourages us to focus on what truly matters, reducing overwhelm and creating a sense of balance. By letting go of unnecessary commitments or possessions, we create a lifestyle that feels lighter and more peaceful. Simplicity fosters clarity, helping us to stay aligned with our values and find calm in the midst of life's demands. Spending time in nature nurtures inner peace by connecting us to the natural rhythm of life. Nature offers a sense of calm that is hard to find elsewhere, reminding us of the beauty and simplicity of the world around us. Being in nature helps us to slow down, to observe and appreciate the small details that often go unnoticed. This connection to nature grounds us, reducing stress and bringing a deep sense of peace. Nature's quiet presence teaches us to embrace stillness, which strengthens our inner calm. Practicing humility contributes to inner peace by helping us see our place in the larger picture. Humility reminds us that we are part of something greater, which reduces the need to control or prove ourselves. This awareness fosters a sense of calm as we realize that we don't have to carry the weight of the world. Humility encourages us to approach life with a sense of curiosity and openness, creating space for peace and understanding. It teaches us to let go of ego, which reduces conflict and stress. Seeking balance in our lives is essential for inner peace. Balance helps us to avoid extremes, creating a sense of harmony that supports calmness. When we find balance between work, relationships, and self-care, we reduce stress and create a lifestyle that feels sustainable. Balance fosters stability, which makes it easier to handle life's challenges with a calm mind. By prioritizing balance, we create a life that feels whole and integrated, strengthening our connection to peace. Maintaining healthy boundaries supports inner peace by protecting our emotional energy. Boundaries allow us to say no to what doesn't serve us, preserving our well-being. This practice reduces stress by preventing us from overcommitting or engaging in relationships that drain us. Boundaries remind us that we have the right to prioritize our peace, which strengthens our sense of calm. By respecting our limits, we create a space of inner tranquility that supports a balanced life. Practicing detachment from outcomes allows us to experience life without getting entangled in expectations. When we let go of the need for specific results, we free ourselves from disappointment and frustration. This approach brings a sense of peace, as we are no longer dependent on external validation. Detachment teaches us to focus on the process rather than the outcome, creating a life that feels fulfilling regardless of results. By embracing this mindset, we cultivate a calm and centered state of being. Connecting with our breath is a powerful way to cultivate calm. Each breath serves as a reminder to slow down, to ground ourselves in the present. Breathwork teaches us to release tension, creating a sense of relaxation that supports inner peace. This practice helps us to stay centered, reducing stress and promoting clarity. By focusing on our breath, we connect with a deep, steady rhythm that calms the mind and strengthens our sense of peace. Embracing forgiveness fosters inner peace by releasing the burden of resentment. Holding on to grudges creates emotional tension that disrupts our calm. Forgiveness allows us to let go of past hurts, creating space for healing and peace. This act of letting go doesn't mean forgetting, it means choosing peace over anger. By forgiving, we free ourselves from the weight of negativity, which brings a sense of relief and strengthens our connection to calm. Fostering a sense of trust in life contributes to inner peace. Trust teaches us to believe in the unfolding of events, to accept that things will work out in their own time. This belief reduces worry and allows us to move through life with ease. Trust reminds us that we don't have to have all the answers, that some things are beyond our understanding. By embracing trust, we create a sense of calm that remains steady, even when life feels uncertain. Having built a foundation of inner peace, it's now time to strengthen our daily lives with practical habits that lead to resilience and clarity. Adopting simple yet powerful Stoic habits brings us closer to living a life that is calm, focused, and fulfilling. These habits, rooted in timeless wisdom, empower us to face each day with a grounded sense of purpose and mindfulness. Each one is a tool for creating consistency, self-mastery, and emotional balance. When practiced daily, they transform not only our thoughts, but also our actions, helping us navigate life's challenges with greater ease and insight. This approach is about building a lifestyle where each choice reinforces our growth and brings us closer to the person we want to become. Daily reflection is a cornerstone of Stoic practice, encouraging us to look inward and evaluate our actions and thoughts. By setting aside time to reflect on the day, we gain insight into our behavior and notice areas for growth. This habit fosters self-awareness, helping us identify patterns that either support or hinder our goals. Reflection also allows us to appreciate progress and learn from mistakes, which cultivates a sense of purpose. Through reflection, we connect with our intentions, reminding ourselves of what truly matters. Practicing gratitude each day shifts our focus from lack to abundance, bringing a positive mindset to all we do. When we acknowledge the things we are thankful for, we create a foundation of appreciation that grounds us. Gratitude helps us see the good in both the small and large aspects of life, reducing stress and promoting contentment. This habit encourages us to value relationships, opportunities, and experiences, nurturing a mindset that enriches each day. By consistently practicing gratitude, we reinforce a sense of fulfillment. Self-control is an essential Stoic habit that strengthens our ability to make choices that align with our values. Self-control teaches us to manage impulses and avoid distractions, which enhances focus. This practice reduces regret as we make decisions that reflect our higher intentions rather than fleeting desires. Self-control empowers us to respond thoughtfully instead of reacting emotionally, creating a steady path to personal growth. By cultivating self-control, we create a life that feels intentional and disciplined. Setting clear intentions each morning prepares us to face the day with purpose. Intentions act as a guide, aligning our actions with our goals and values. This habit helps us to stay on track, reducing the likelihood of getting sidetracked by distractions. Clear intentions provide direction, making it easier to navigate choices and challenges with clarity. By setting intentions, we approach each day with a focus that supports our larger vision and creates consistency in our lives. Prioritizing what is within our control is a Stoic practice that brings clarity and reduces stress. When we focus on our own actions and responses, we avoid wasting energy on external factors. This habit reminds us that peace comes from within, allowing us to approach challenges with resilience. By concentrating on what we can control, we strengthen our ability to handle difficulties without becoming overwhelmed. This focus helps us to stay grounded and connected to our values, even amid uncertainty. Embracing a growth mindset is a transformative habit that supports continuous self-improvement. A growth mindset encourages us to view challenges as opportunities for learning rather than as setbacks. This perspective builds resilience as we understand that each experience contributes to our development. By seeing each day as a chance to grow, we create a life that feels dynamic and purposeful. The growth mindset empowers us to embrace change and view obstacles as stepping stones, making life's journey more fulfilling. Evening gratitude practices bring a sense of closure to the day, reinforcing positive experiences and lessons learned. Taking time to express gratitude in the evening reminds us of the day's blessings, creating a peaceful transition into rest. This habit cultivates a mindset of appreciation, reducing stress and enhancing well-being. By ending the day with gratitude, we create a cycle of positivity that influences how we approach tomorrow. Evening gratitude nurtures a calm heart and supports restful sleep. Daily affirmations encourage us to connect with our inner strength and maintain a positive outlook. Affirmations are statements that reinforce our values and remind us of our capabilities. This habit boosts self-confidence, helping us to face challenges with courage and resilience. Affirmations remind us of our intentions and goals, keeping us focused on the person we are striving to become. By practicing affirmations, we create a mindset that is both optimistic and empowered, which brings a sense of fulfillment. Meditation is a Stoic habit that strengthens mindfulness and creates mental clarity. Through meditation, we learn to observe our thoughts without judgment, reducing stress and promoting calmness. This practice encourages self-awareness, helping us to see our reactions objectively. Meditation builds a sense of inner peace, allowing us to approach each day with greater balance. By making meditation a daily habit, we nurture a clear and focused mind, which enhances our overall sense of well-being. Building resilience is a habit that prepares us to face life's challenges with strength and adaptability. Resilience teaches us to recover from setbacks, understanding that difficulties are part of growth. This habit empowers us to stay focused on our goals, even when obstacles arise. By cultivating resilience, we create a mindset that embraces challenges and uses them as opportunities to grow. Resilience reinforces our sense of purpose, helping us to move forward with courage and determination. Practicing patience is a Stoic habit that reduces frustration and enhances inner peace. Patience teaches us to accept that growth takes time, helping us to approach challenges with calmness. This habit reduces impulsiveness, allowing us to make thoughtful decisions that support our values. Patience reminds us that each moment is valuable, encouraging us to savor the present rather than rush through life. By cultivating patience, we create a life that feels more balanced and fulfilling. Living with integrity is a daily habit that aligns our actions with our values. Integrity requires honesty, authenticity, and a commitment to what we believe in. This habit strengthens self-respect as we make choices that reflect our highest intentions. Living with integrity builds trust in ourselves, creating a sense of inner stability. By practicing integrity, we create a life that feels aligned and meaningful, reinforcing our connection to purpose. Mindful listening is a habit that fosters understanding and deepens relationships. When we listen mindfully, we give our full attention to others, creating meaningful connections. This habit reduces misunderstandings and builds empathy, allowing us to see things from different perspectives. Mindful listening strengthens bonds as it shows respect and openness. By practicing this habit, we create a life that feels connected and enriched by the experiences of others. Setting boundaries is a Stoic habit that protects our time and energy. Boundaries remind us to prioritize our well-being, reducing stress and preventing burnout. This habit creates a balance between work, relationships, and personal time, enhancing our quality of life. By setting boundaries, we ensure that our time is spent on what truly matters, creating a sense of fulfillment. Boundaries reinforce self-respect and allow us to maintain focus on our goals. Daily exercise supports physical and mental well-being, contributing to a balanced life. Exercise reduces stress, boosts energy, and improves mood, which enhances our overall quality of life. This habit encourages discipline as we commit to caring for our body consistently. Exercise also builds resilience, teaching us to push through discomfort and build strength. By prioritizing physical health, we support our emotional and mental well-being, creating a foundation for a fulfilling life. Practicing kindness each day creates a positive impact on ourselves and others. Kindness nurtures empathy, reducing feelings of resentment or judgment. This habit reminds us to approach life with compassion, enhancing our relationships and promoting harmony. Kindness teaches us to appreciate others, which builds a sense of community and connection. By practicing kindness, we create a life that feels rich and meaningful as we contribute positively to the world around us. Learning to forgive is a transformative habit that frees us from resentment and restores inner peace. Forgiveness reduces emotional burdens, creating space for healing and growth. This habit teaches us that holding on to grudges only creates suffering, while letting go brings relief. Forgiveness strengthens our ability to approach life with a calm heart as we release the need for retribution. By practicing forgiveness, we create a life that feels lighter and more peaceful. Reading daily is a habit that broadens our perspective and enriches our knowledge. Reading exposes us to new ideas, enhancing our understanding of the world. This habit fosters continuous learning, which supports personal growth and development. Reading encourages empathy as we learn from the experiences and insights of others. By making reading a daily habit, we create a life that feels dynamic and intellectually fulfilling. Organizing our surroundings each day creates a sense of order and reduces mental clutter. A clean and organized space promotes focus and clarity, reducing stress. This habit encourages discipline as we take responsibility for maintaining a calm environment. Organizing helps us to feel more in control, creating a space that supports productivity and peace. By cultivating an organized lifestyle, we create a life that feels harmonious and centered. Consistency is a Stoic habit that strengthens commitment and builds reliability. When we practice consistency, we reinforce our dedication to our goals and values. This habit creates momentum as each consistent action brings us closer to our intentions. Consistency builds self-trust as we show ourselves that we can follow through on our commitments. By being consistent, we create a life that feels steady and dependable, which enhances our sense of purpose. Consistency in our actions strengthens commitment, but true confidence requires something deeper, an unwavering belief in our inherent worth, independent of external approval or success. Confidence, according to Stoic philosophy, isn't about proving anything to the world. It's about recognizing our own value and learning to act with courage and integrity in any situation. Building self-confidence the Stoic way is a journey of courage, self-respect, and resilience. Each step reinforces a trust in oneself that is neither fragile nor dependent on outcomes. This path cultivates a confidence that comes from within, a quiet strength that supports us through both victories and setbacks. Let's explore how to build this lasting self-confidence through inner reflection, small acts of courage, and aligning with our true values. The first step to self-confidence is recognizing one's inherent value. Self-worth isn't determined by external achievements, but by understanding that each person holds unique value simply by being. This mindset shift helps us to stop relying on external validation, instead fostering a sense of self-respect that isn't shaken by others' opinions. When we acknowledge our own worth, we lay a strong foundation for confidence as we no longer seek approval from outside sources. This understanding makes us more resilient, empowering us to pursue our goals without needing constant affirmation. Practicing small acts of courage builds confidence by showing us our own capabilities. Each time we step out of our comfort zone, even in small ways, we reinforce the belief that we can handle challenges. Courage doesn't have to mean taking huge risks. It can be as simple as speaking up, trying something new, or expressing our authentic selves. These small acts accumulate over time, building a reservoir of inner strength. With each act of courage, we prove to ourselves that we can trust our abilities, which strengthens our confidence. Stoic philosophy teaches the importance of focusing on what we can control, a lesson that extends to self-confidence. Instead of worrying about others' perceptions or potential outcomes, we can concentrate on our own actions and intentions. This focus reduces anxiety and builds confidence, as we are no longer distracted by factors beyond our influence. By directing our energy toward what we can control, we create a sense of stability that supports our self-esteem. This approach empowers us to make choices aligned with our values, reinforcing our confidence in every decision. Self-acceptance is a vital component of confidence. Accepting ourselves, flaws and all, allows us to approach life with authenticity. When we stop trying to fit into someone else's mold, we become more comfortable in our own skin. Self-acceptance reduces the need for comparison as we no longer measure our worth against others. This acceptance creates a deep sense of peace, making it easier to stand confidently in our own truth. By embracing who we are, we build a confidence that is both honest and unshakable. Setting personal goals and celebrating progress fosters confidence by reinforcing our capabilities. Goals give us a sense of direction, helping us to grow and achieve. Each milestone reached is a reminder of our potential, which boosts our confidence. This practice teaches us that growth is a journey, with each step contributing to our self-esteem. By setting achievable goals and recognizing progress, we build a habit of success that reinforces our belief in ourselves. This confidence grows as we continue to challenge and develop our abilities. Resilience strengthens confidence by teaching us to bounce back from setbacks. Life's challenges are inevitable, but resilience reminds us that we can handle them. Each time we overcome an obstacle, we reinforce our belief in our ability to face future difficulties. Resilience builds a quiet confidence that doesn't crumble in the face of adversity. Instead, it teaches us to adapt and move forward, knowing that each experience contributes to our growth. With resilience, we develop a confidence that can withstand life's ups and downs. Embracing a growth mindset supports confidence by focusing on potential rather than fixed abilities. A growth mindset encourages us to view skills and knowledge as qualities that can be developed. This perspective empowers us to take on new challenges without fear of failure. When we see each experience as an opportunity to learn, we become more confident in our ability to handle unfamiliar situations. This confidence grows as we realize that improvement is always possible, making us more adaptable and willing to try new things. Cultivating inner validation fosters confidence by reducing the need for external approval. When we learn to validate ourselves, we become less affected by others' opinions. This habit strengthens self-trust as we recognize our own judgment and values. Inner validation empowers us to make decisions based on our beliefs, which builds confidence in our ability to lead ourselves. By seeking approval from within, we create a confidence that isn't swayed by external feedback, allowing us to move forward with authenticity. Practicing gratitude enhances self-confidence by shifting our focus to what we have rather than what we lack. Gratitude reminds us of our strengths, accomplishments, and the positive aspects of our lives. This shift in perspective reduces self-doubt as we become more aware of our own abilities and qualities. Gratitude reinforces a positive self-image, helping us to feel more confident in ourselves. By regularly practicing gratitude, we create a mindset that supports confidence and contentment. Setting boundaries strengthens confidence by affirming our right to prioritize our needs. Boundaries remind us that we have the power to protect our energy and well-being. When we set and enforce boundaries, we demonstrate self-respect, which enhances our confidence. This practice teaches us that we don't have to accept situations or relationships that undermine our sense of self. By maintaining healthy boundaries, we reinforce our value and create a life that aligns with our true self. Authenticity is a key element in building confidence. When we live authentically, we align our actions with our values and beliefs, creating a life that feels true to who we are. Authenticity reduces the need for approval as we are no longer trying to fit into others' expectations. This freedom builds confidence as we feel more comfortable expressing ourselves honestly. By embracing authenticity, we create a foundation of self-respect that supports lasting confidence. Practicing self-compassion nurtures confidence by teaching us to treat ourselves kindly. When we approach ourselves with compassion, we create a supportive inner dialogue that reduces self-criticism. This kindness encourages us to take risks and face challenges without fear of judgment. Self-compassion reminds us that we deserve the same understanding we offer to others, which strengthens our self-esteem. By practicing self-compassion, we build a sense of inner security that reinforces our confidence. Continuous learning fosters confidence by expanding our knowledge and skills. Each time we learn something new, we increase our capabilities, which boosts self-esteem. Learning encourages curiosity and adaptability, teaching us that growth is always possible. This mindset empowers us to face challenges with confidence, as we trust in our ability to acquire the skills needed. By committing to lifelong learning, we build a foundation of confidence that grows with each new experience. Practicing self-discipline strengthens confidence by reinforcing our commitment to personal growth. Self-discipline teaches us to prioritize long-term goals over immediate gratification, which builds resilience and self-trust. Each discipline choice is a reminder of our dedication to ourselves, enhancing our confidence. This practice shows us that we have the power to shape our lives, creating a sense of agency that supports our self-esteem. By practicing self-discipline, we build a life that reflects our highest intentions. Embracing failure as a learning experience strengthens confidence by reducing fear. When we view failure as part of growth, we become more willing to take risks. This mindset teaches us that setbacks are opportunities to learn, not reflections of our worth. By accepting failure as a natural part of life, we build resilience and courage. Each experience contributes to our self-confidence, reminding us that we are capable of adapting and improving. This approach empowers us to move forward with assurance. Mindful self-reflection enhances confidence by fostering self-awareness. When we reflect on our actions and thoughts, we gain insight into our strengths and areas for growth. This awareness helps us to make intentional choices, which strengthens our self-trust. Reflection encourages us to connect with our values, reinforcing a sense of purpose. By regularly reflecting, we create a habit of self-improvement that supports lasting confidence and clarity. Taking responsibility for our actions is a habit that reinforces confidence. When we own our choices, we empower ourselves to make changes and learn from experiences. This practice teaches us that we have control over our lives, which builds a sense of agency. Taking responsibility reduces blame and self-pity, creating a mindset that is solution-oriented. By accepting accountability, we strengthen our self-respect and reinforce our belief in our capabilities. Self-care enhances confidence by supporting our well-being. When we prioritize our health, rest, and happiness, we create a foundation that supports resilience. Self-care teaches us that we deserve to feel good, which reinforces self-worth. This practice reduces stress and improves mood, making it easier to approach life with confidence. By taking care of ourselves, we build a life that feels balanced and fulfilling, strengthening our inner sense of worth. Facing challenges head-on builds confidence by showing us our strength. Each time we confront a difficulty, we prove to ourselves that we are capable. This practice reinforces courage as we learn that we can handle adversity. Facing challenges teaches us to trust our abilities, which enhances our self-esteem. By choosing to confront rather than avoid obstacles, we create a life that feels empowered and resilient, building lasting confidence with each experience. Building self-confidence empowers us to face life with courage, but setbacks will inevitably come, testing our strength and resolve. Failure, while often feared, is a powerful teacher and an integral part of growth. In Stoicism, failure is not an endpoint, but a stepping stone, a necessary challenge that builds resilience and brings us closer to understanding our true potential. By viewing each setback as an opportunity to learn and refine our approach, we transform failure into a tool for personal development. This journey is about shifting focus from shame to growth, from disappointment to determination. Embracing failure in this way gives us a sense of power, teaching us to adapt, adjust, and ultimately succeed with wisdom gained from each experience. Failure can be reframed as feedback. Rather than viewing it as a measure of worth, we can see failure as valuable information about what didn't work. This shift in perspective helps us detach our self-worth from outcomes, reducing feelings of shame or inadequacy. By looking at failure as feedback, we become more open to adjusting our strategies, understanding that each setback offers insight into what needs improvement. This approach turns failure into a practical tool, making it easier to learn from mistakes without feeling defeated. Embracing humility is essential when facing failure. Humility allows us to accept that we don't have all the answers, creating a mindset open to learning. When we let go of pride, we become more willing to analyze our mistakes and identify areas for growth. Humility teaches us that failure is not a reflection of our value, but an opportunity to develop. This acceptance makes it easier to adapt and move forward, reinforcing resilience. By embracing humility, we allow failure to serve as a guide rather than a setback. Reflecting on failure is crucial for growth. Reflection helps us identify patterns in our behavior, recognizing what contributed to the setback. This process encourages self-awareness, showing us where adjustments can be made. Reflection is not about dwelling on mistakes. It's about extracting lessons that inform our future actions. Through reflection, we gain clarity, understanding what worked and what didn't, which helps us approach challenges with a more refined strategy. This habit of reflection turns failure into a valuable learning experience. Resilience is built through repeated encounters with failure. Each time we face a setback, we strengthen our ability to endure and adapt. Resilience teaches us that setbacks are not permanent. They are temporary challenges that can be overcome. This quality allows us to bounce back stronger, transforming failure into a source of inner strength. By cultivating resilience, we create a foundation that supports us through life's ups and downs, making it easier to handle adversity. With resilience, failure becomes less intimidating as we trust our ability to recover. Failure provides an opportunity to clarify our goals. When we experience setbacks, we're often forced to reevaluate what we truly want. This process can reveal whether our goals are aligned with our values or if adjustments are needed. Failure encourages us to look deeper, helping us to refine our vision and commit to what truly matters. This clarity brings focus, making it easier to pursue our goals with renewed determination. By using failure as a moment of reassessment, we ensure that our efforts are directed toward meaningful pursuits. Developing patience is key when dealing with failure. Patience reminds us that growth takes time and that setbacks are part of the journey. When we approach failure with patience, we reduce frustration, understanding that each experience contributes to our development. Patience teaches us to trust the process, allowing us to view failure as a natural part of progress. This mindset reduces stress and encourages persistence, as we understand that success is built on a foundation of repeated effort. By practicing patience, we approach failure with calmness. Curiosity transforms failure into an opportunity for exploration. When we approach setbacks with curiosity, we become interested in understanding why things didn't go as planned. Curiosity shifts our focus from disappointment to discovery, making it easier to see failure as a learning experience. This mindset encourages us to ask questions, to dig deeper, and to find solutions that may not have been apparent. Curiosity makes failure feel less daunting, as it becomes an invitation to learn and grow rather than a source of regret. Failure encourages adaptability, a quality essential for success. When we face setbacks, we are often required to adjust our approach. Adaptability teaches us to be flexible, to change strategies when needed, and to find new ways of achieving our goals. This skill strengthens our problem-solving abilities, making us more resilient in the face of obstacles. Adaptability transforms failure into a stepping stone as we learn to pivot and adjust without losing sight of our objectives. This mindset keeps us moving forward, even when the path shifts. Accepting responsibility is a powerful way to overcome failure. Taking ownership of our actions allows us to learn from mistakes without blaming others. This accountability fosters growth as we recognize our role in the outcome and identify what we can change. By accepting responsibility, we empower ourselves to make better decisions in the future. This practice reduces feelings of helplessness, creating a sense of agency that supports resilience. When we take responsibility, failure becomes a stepping stone toward improvement. Confidence is reinforced through facing failure. Each time we overcome a setback, we prove to ourselves that we are capable of handling challenges. This confidence grows with each experience as we learn to trust in our ability to adapt. Failure no longer feels like a threat to our self-worth. Instead, it becomes a way to build inner strength. By repeatedly facing and overcoming failure, we develop a quiet confidence that supports us through both success and adversity. This resilience strengthens our self-belief. Viewing failure as part of the journey reduces the fear associated with it. When we see setbacks as steps along the path rather than endpoints, we reduce the pressure to be perfect. This perspective teaches us that success is rarely a straight line. It's a process of trial and error. By normalizing failure, we create a healthier relationship with it, making it easier to take risks and pursue our goals. This understanding frees us from perfectionism, allowing us to grow without fear of making mistakes. Failure teaches us to detach from outcomes, focusing on the process instead. When we become too fixated on results, failure feels devastating. But by valuing the journey itself, we reduce the impact of setbacks. This mindset shift encourages us to invest fully in each step, finding satisfaction in effort rather than solely in outcomes. Detaching from results fosters resilience, as we understand that the experience is valuable regardless of the outcome. This approach creates a sense of fulfillment, even when things don't go as planned. Embracing a learning mindset transforms failure into an opportunity for growth. When we approach setbacks with a desire to learn, we reduce feelings of frustration or disappointment. This mindset encourages us to view each experience as a chance to improve, creating a positive relationship with failure. By focusing on learning, we develop resilience and adaptability as we understand that each setback brings new insights. This approach turns failure into a stepping stone, helping us grow with each challenge we face. Gratitude can soften the impact of failure, helping us to appreciate the journey. When we practice gratitude, we shift our focus from what went wrong to what we've gained. This perspective encourages us to see the lessons in each setback, reducing feelings of regret. Gratitude reminds us that even failures contribute to our growth, adding value to our experiences. By practicing gratitude, we cultivate a mindset that views failure as a necessary part of progress, making it easier to accept and learn from setbacks. Failure can inspire creativity by encouraging us to think outside the box. Setbacks often force us to find new solutions, to explore paths we might not have considered. This creativity strengthens our problem-solving skills, helping us to approach challenges with innovation. When we view failure as a chance to be creative, we reduce feelings of defeat, as each setback becomes an opportunity to find alternative solutions. This approach fosters resilience as we learn to adapt and innovate in the face of obstacles. Practicing self-compassion is essential for overcoming failure. When we treat ourselves kindly, we reduce self-criticism and create a supportive inner dialogue. Self-compassion allows us to view mistakes with understanding, reducing the emotional weight of failure. This practice teaches us that failure is not a reflection of our worth, but a part of growth. By showing ourselves compassion, we create a mindset that is resilient and ready to learn. This approach transforms failure into a gentle teacher rather than a harsh judge. Mindfulness helps us approach failure with a calm mind. When we practice mindfulness, we learn to observe our thoughts and emotions without judgment. This awareness reduces feelings of frustration or disappointment, allowing us to process failure objectively. Mindfulness teaches us to be present, reducing the tendency to dwell on past mistakes. This practice creates mental clarity, making it easier to analyze setbacks and identify lessons. By staying mindful, we approach failure with balance and poise. Self-trust grows each time we recover from failure. When we face setbacks and choose to try again, we strengthen our belief in our own resilience. This self-trust is a source of inner strength, as it reminds us that we are capable of overcoming challenges. With each experience, we build a foundation of confidence that supports us through future obstacles. Self-trust transforms failure into a reinforcing force, helping us to move forward with assurance. Seeking feedback from others can provide valuable insights after a failure. When we invite constructive criticism, we gain new perspectives on what could be improved. This openness to feedback fosters growth, as it helps us identify areas for adjustment. Feedback reduces the isolation of failure, reminding us that others have experienced similar setbacks. By seeking feedback, we gain knowledge that strengthens our future efforts, making failure a learning experience shared with those who support our growth. Recovering from failure strengthens our resilience, yet life often brings transitions that require us to adapt in even more profound ways. Change is a constant force, shifting us from one phase of life to the next, whether we're prepared for it or not. Embracing change is a cornerstone of Stoic philosophy, which teaches that acceptance of life's fluidity brings peace and clarity. When we resist change, we only create tension, but when we open ourselves to it, we find freedom and growth. This process isn't about passively enduring shifts, but about actively engaging with them, learning to move through life's transitions with grace. In leaning into change, we find opportunities for transformation, wisdom, and renewed purpose. Let's explore how Stoic principles guide us through the art of embracing change, allowing us to navigate life's transitions with balance and resilience. Acceptance is the first step in handling change with a Stoic mindset. Acceptance doesn't mean we have to like every change. It means acknowledging that change is part of life. This acknowledgement reduces resistance, allowing us to approach transitions with a sense of openness. By accepting change, we free ourselves from the desire to control every outcome, which brings a profound sense of peace. Acceptance is a mental shift that turns change from a source of stress into an opportunity for growth. This practice allows us to flow with life's natural rhythms. Embracing impermanence teaches us to appreciate each moment without clinging to it. When we understand that everything is temporary, we become more adaptable. Impermanence reminds us that every situation, good or bad, will eventually shift. This awareness reduces anxiety, as we no longer fear the end of good times or the permanence of difficult ones. By accepting impermanence, we develop resilience, knowing that each change is part of a larger cycle. This mindset encourages us to live fully in the present, embracing each transition as it comes. Flexibility is essential for navigating change. When we approach life with a flexible mindset, we become more adaptable, able to adjust to new circumstances with ease. Flexibility teaches us to let go of rigid expectations, allowing us to move through life's changes without unnecessary resistance. This quality helps us to handle surprises, making it easier to find solutions when plans shift. By cultivating flexibility, we create a life that feels fluid and open to new possibilities, reinforcing our ability to handle transitions with grace. Self-awareness plays a vital role in embracing change. When we understand our own reactions and tendencies, we can approach transitions with greater clarity. Self-awareness allows us to recognize when we're resisting change out of fear or habit, which gives us the opportunity to choose a different response. This practice teaches us to listen to our inner voice, helping us to navigate change in a way that aligns with our true values. By developing self-awareness, we gain insight into our own needs and desires, which supports us through life's shifts. Stoicism teaches us to focus on what is within our control, a lesson that is particularly valuable during transitions. Change often brings uncertainties that can make us feel powerless, but by concentrating on our own actions and responses, we regain a sense of agency. This focus reduces anxiety, as we understand that while we may not control external circumstances, we can choose how we respond to them. By focusing on what we can control, we create a stable foundation that supports us through even the most uncertain times. Letting go of the past is essential when embracing change. Clinging to what was only creates tension and prevents us from fully engaging with the present. Letting go doesn't mean forgetting. It means releasing the hold that past experiences have on us. This practice frees us to welcome new possibilities, creating space for growth. By letting go, we show respect for the past while remaining open to the future. This approach brings a sense of freedom, making it easier to navigate life's transitions. Learning to live in the present moment strengthens our ability to handle change. When we focus on the here and now, we reduce the tendency to worry about future uncertainties. Living in the present allows us to experience life fully, which enhances our adaptability. This mindset teaches us to embrace each phase of life as it comes, finding joy in the moment rather than fearing what's ahead. By practicing presence, we develop a sense of calm that supports us through all of life's transitions. Viewing change as an opportunity for growth transforms our perspective. Instead of seeing transitions as disruptions, we begin to see them as chances to learn and evolve. This shift in mindset reduces fear, as we understand that each change brings new insights and experiences. By approaching change with a growth-oriented mindset, we become more willing to take risks, knowing that every experience contributes to our personal development. This approach turns transitions into meaningful steps on our journey. Practicing gratitude helps us embrace change with a positive outlook. Gratitude reminds us of the good in our lives, which reduces anxiety during uncertain times. This practice shifts our focus from what we fear to what we appreciate, creating a mindset of abundance. Gratitude helps us to see change as a part of life's richness, as it brings new experiences and relationships. By cultivating gratitude, we approach transitions with an open heart, ready to embrace the gifts each phase has to offer. Building resilience prepares us to handle life's changes with strength and poise. Resilience teaches us to recover from setbacks, making it easier to adapt to new circumstances. Each time we navigate a transition, we reinforce our resilience, creating a foundation of inner strength. This quality reduces the impact of change as we trust in our ability to overcome challenges. By building resilience, we become more capable of facing life's shifts with confidence and grace. Patience is essential in times of transition. Change often requires time, and patience teaches us to embrace each step without rushing. Patience helps us to accept that growth is gradual, allowing us to move through transitions at a natural pace. This practice reduces frustration as we learn to trust in the process. By cultivating patience, we approach change with calmness, understanding that every stage of life has its own timing. This mindset creates a sense of peace, making it easier to handle transitions. Practicing mindfulness enhances our ability to embrace change. Mindfulness teaches us to observe our thoughts and emotions without attachment, reducing the stress associated with uncertainty. This awareness allows us to experience each moment fully, which brings clarity and balance. By practicing mindfulness, we create a sense of calm that supports us through transitions, making it easier to adapt to new circumstances. This practice grounds us, helping us to remain centered as we navigate life's changes. Openness to new experiences supports us in embracing change. When we approach life with curiosity, we become more willing to explore the unknown. Openness reduces fear as we see each transition as an adventure rather than a threat. This mindset encourages us to welcome new possibilities, enriching our lives with diversity and growth. By staying open, we create a life that feels expansive and dynamic, making it easier to handle transitions with enthusiasm. Trusting the process is a Stoic approach to embracing change. Life's transitions often unfold in ways we can't predict, but by trusting the process, we reduce anxiety and fear. This trust teaches us to believe that each change has a purpose, even if we don't understand it immediately. By trusting in life's natural flow, we create a mindset of peace, allowing us to move through transitions with confidence. This approach reminds us that every phase has its own wisdom, helping us to embrace change with grace. Trusting in life's natural flow helps us embrace change, yet protecting that peace sometimes requires a deeper level of discernment about the people and influences in our lives. Stoic philosophy teaches the importance of detaching from negativity, recognizing that not everyone or everything aligns with our growth and well-being. Negative influences, whether they come from people, environments, or habits, can drain our energy, cloud our minds, and distract us from our values. Learning to detach isn't about harshly cutting people off. It's about setting healthy boundaries and choosing what nurtures rather than hinders our character. By focusing on what truly benefits us, we create a life filled with positive energy, clarity, and purpose. In this way, detaching from negativity becomes an empowering act that allows us to pursue our highest self. Setting boundaries is a key practice in maintaining a positive environment. Boundaries act as a protective barrier, preserving our time, energy, and peace. When we establish boundaries, we make it clear what behaviors or attitudes we won't tolerate, which helps to reduce exposure to negativity. Boundaries are not about shutting people out, but about creating a safe space for ourselves. This approach reinforces self-respect, teaching others how we wish to be treated. By setting boundaries, we maintain control over our interactions, ensuring that they align with our values and well-being. Recognizing toxic behavior is essential for detaching from negative influences. Toxic behavior often includes manipulation, criticism, and disregard for our feelings. When we identify these patterns, we gain clarity on which relationships support our growth and which do not. This awareness helps us to make informed choices about where to invest our time and energy. Recognizing toxicity allows us to approach situations with objectivity, reducing the emotional impact of negativity. By being mindful of toxic behavior, we create space for healthier, more fulfilling relationships. Practicing self-awareness helps us to understand our own reactions to negativity. Self-awareness allows us to recognize when we are being influenced by others' moods or attitudes, giving us the opportunity to choose a different response. This practice teaches us to stay grounded in our own values, reducing the impact of others' negativity. Self-awareness also helps us to identify patterns in our behavior, showing us where we may need to set boundaries. By cultivating self-awareness, we strengthen our ability to detach from negativity. Choosing our company wisely is an important part of detaching from negative influences. The people we surround ourselves with have a significant impact on our mindset and well-being. By intentionally choosing positive, supportive relationships, we create an environment that nurtures our growth. This approach helps us to stay focused on our goals, as we are less likely to be influenced by negativity. Choosing our company wisely reinforces our values, ensuring that our relationships are aligned with our highest intentions. This choice empowers us to create a life filled with positivity. Developing emotional resilience helps us to handle negativity without being affected by it. Resilience teaches us to stay grounded, even when faced with challenging people or situations. This quality allows us to observe negativity without internalizing it, maintaining a sense of peace. Emotional resilience strengthens our ability to remain calm and composed, reducing the impact of others' behavior on our mood. By building resilience, we create a protective buffer that helps us to detach from negativity, allowing us to stay focused on what truly matters. Focusing on our own growth reduces the influence of negativity in our lives. When we are committed to personal development, we become less concerned with others' opinions or judgments. This focus helps us to prioritize our well-being, making it easier to let go of relationships or habits that don't support our goals. By concentrating on our growth, we create a mindset that values progress over approval. This perspective makes it easier to detach from negativity, as we are more focused on what benefits our character. Practicing forgiveness is a powerful way to release negativity. When we hold on to resentment or anger, we create an emotional burden that drains our energy. Forgiveness allows us to let go of these negative emotions, creating space for peace and clarity. This practice teaches us that holding on to grudges only hurts ourselves, while forgiveness frees us from the weight of the past. By practicing forgiveness, we learn to detach from negative influences, as we are no longer held back by old hurts. Engaging in activities that uplift us helps to reduce the impact of negativity. Positive activities such as exercise, creative hobbies, or spending time in nature promote mental well-being and reduce stress. These activities provide a healthy outlet for our emotions, creating a balanced state of mind that makes it easier to handle negativity. By engaging in uplifting activities, we strengthen our resilience and create a life that feels fulfilling. This approach helps us to focus on positivity, making it easier to detach from negative influences. Mindfulness is a valuable tool for managing exposure to negativity. When we practice mindfulness, we become more aware of our thoughts and emotions, allowing us to respond rather than react. This awareness helps us to recognize when we are being influenced by negativity, giving us the opportunity to choose a different perspective. Mindfulness teaches us to observe without attachment, reducing the emotional impact of challenging situations. By practicing mindfulness, we create a sense of inner calm that makes it easier to detach from negativity. Focusing on gratitude shifts our perspective from negativity to appreciation. When we practice gratitude, we become more aware of the positive aspects of our lives, which reduces the influence of negativity. This practice helps us to see beyond temporary frustrations, creating a mindset that values abundance over lack. Gratitude reminds us of the good in our lives, reducing the impact of others' behavior on our mood. By cultivating gratitude, we create an environment of positivity, making it easier to detach from negativity. Self-compassion allows us to approach detachment with kindness. When we treat ourselves kindly, we reduce the need for approval from others, which strengthens our ability to set boundaries. Self-compassion teaches us to prioritize our well-being without guilt, reinforcing the importance of self-care. This practice creates a supportive inner dialogue, making it easier to make decisions that protect our peace. By practicing self-compassion, we detach from negative influences with a sense of understanding and empathy for ourselves. Trusting our intuition helps us to recognize when it's time to distance ourselves from negativity. Intuition often guides us toward people and situations that align with our values, while alerting us to those that do not. By listening to our intuition, we gain insight into which relationships or habits are beneficial and which are not. This inner wisdom helps us to make choices that support our growth, reducing exposure to negativity. Trusting our intuition strengthens our ability to detach from influences that hinder our well-being. Engaging in positive self-talk reinforces our confidence and reduces the impact of negativity. When we speak kindly to ourselves, we create an inner environment that is supportive and empowering. Positive self-talk helps us to stay focused on our strengths, reducing the influence of criticism or judgment from others. This practice encourages self-belief, which makes it easier to detach from negative influences. By nurturing a positive internal dialogue, we create a sense of resilience that protects us from external negativity. Setting realistic expectations helps us to manage our interactions with others. When we accept that not everyone will understand or support our choices, we reduce the disappointment associated with others' reactions. This perspective teaches us to prioritize our own values over others' opinions, making it easier to detach from negativity. By setting realistic expectations, we create a mindset that values self-approval over external validation, which reinforces our ability to set healthy boundaries. Limiting time with people who drain our energy is a practical way to protect our well-being. When we are mindful of how we spend our time, we become more selective about the people we allow into our lives. Limiting exposure to negative influences reduces stress and creates a sense of peace, as we are less affected by others' moods or attitudes. This approach helps us to focus on relationships that are mutually supportive, making it easier to cultivate positivity in our lives. Developing a strong sense of purpose reduces the impact of negativity. When we are focused on our goals and values, we become less affected by distractions. Purpose provides clarity, helping us to recognize when a relationship or influence doesn't align with our path. This sense of direction strengthens our resolve to detach from negativity, as we are more focused on what truly matters. By cultivating purpose, we create a life that feels meaningful, making it easier to avoid influences that detract from our journey. Respecting others' boundaries reinforces our own. When we honor the limits set by others, we reinforce the importance of boundaries in our own lives. This practice teaches us to recognize when a relationship is not beneficial, creating a sense of balance and mutual respect. By respecting boundaries, we develop a sense of empathy that supports healthy relationships. This approach makes it easier to detach from negativity, as we create a lifestyle that values mutual understanding and respect. Respecting boundaries is essential for healthy relationships, yet there are times when the strength we need must come from within. Life inevitably brings challenges that test our resolve, and resilience becomes our foundation for enduring and thriving under pressure. Stoic philosophy offers powerful strategies to cultivate resilience, focusing on mental preparedness and calmness in the face of adversity. By practicing techniques like negative visualization and building inner strength, we learn not only to withstand life's hardships, but to grow through them. Resilience isn't about avoiding difficulties, but about equipping ourselves to meet them with courage and clarity. This journey to resilience encourages us to embrace each challenge as an opportunity to reinforce our strength, adaptability, and inner peace. Let's explore the Stoic approach to resilience, discovering tools that empower us to thrive under pressure. Preparing the mind for adversity is a vital step in building resilience. Mental preparation allows us to anticipate potential challenges, which reduces the shock when they arise. By visualizing possible difficulties, we train our minds to remain calm in unexpected situations. This practice strengthens our ability to respond thoughtfully rather than react impulsively. Mental preparation creates a sense of readiness, helping us approach challenges with confidence. By preparing the mind, we create a foundation that supports resilience. Negative visualization is a Stoic technique that strengthens resilience by helping us confront fears. This practice involves imagining potential setbacks or losses, allowing us to consider how we might respond. Negative visualization reduces the fear of failure or loss as we become more familiar with the idea of adversity. This technique teaches us that even the worst scenarios can be managed, creating a sense of inner stability. By practicing negative visualization, we reduce anxiety and build a mindset that is prepared for life's uncertainties. Acceptance of life's unpredictability is essential for resilience. When we accept that challenges are a natural part of life, we reduce the frustration associated with unexpected setbacks. Acceptance teaches us to approach difficulties with calmness, as we no longer resist what we cannot control. This mindset reduces stress, as we focus on adapting rather than avoiding challenges. By embracing life's unpredictability, we build a resilience that allows us to thrive regardless of circumstances. Cultivating patience is a powerful tool for resilience. Patience teaches us to endure discomfort without losing focus, helping us to stay grounded during tough times. This practice reduces impulsiveness, allowing us to make thoughtful decisions under pressure. Patience reminds us that growth takes time, encouraging us to remain committed to our goals, even when progress feels slow. By cultivating patience, we develop a mindset that is steady and resilient, supporting us through life's ups and downs. Self-discipline reinforces resilience by creating structure in our lives. Discipline helps us to stay focused on our goals, even when faced with distractions or setbacks. This quality strengthens our resolve, teaching us to prioritize long-term fulfillment over immediate comfort. Self-discipline reduces the tendency to give up during challenges, as we are more committed to our path. By practicing discipline, we build a resilience that supports us in overcoming obstacles, making it easier to thrive under pressure. Viewing challenges as opportunities for growth transforms our approach to adversity. When we see each difficulty as a chance to learn, we reduce feelings of frustration or fear. This perspective encourages us to embrace challenges as we understand that they contribute to our personal development. By focusing on growth, we build resilience, as we are less likely to feel defeated by setbacks. This mindset empowers us to approach life's difficulties with a sense of purpose, reinforcing our inner strength. Gratitude strengthens resilience by shifting our focus from lack to abundance. When we practice gratitude, we become more aware of the positive aspects of our lives, which reduces the impact of temporary difficulties. This practice teaches us to appreciate what we have, creating a mindset that is resilient and optimistic. Gratitude reduces feelings of helplessness as we recognize the support and resources around us. By cultivating gratitude, we create a foundation of positivity that supports us through challenging times. Self-awareness enhances resilience by helping us understand our reactions to adversity. When we are aware of our own triggers and tendencies, we can manage our responses more effectively. Self-awareness reduces impulsiveness, as we are more likely to pause and reflect before reacting. This practice strengthens our ability to handle stress, as we become more in tune with our own needs. By developing self-awareness, we create a mindset that is resilient and adaptable, helping us to navigate challenges with clarity. Focusing on what we can control is a Stoic strategy that builds resilience. Life often brings situations that are beyond our influence, but by concentrating on our own actions and responses, we regain a sense of agency. This focus reduces feelings of helplessness as we recognize the power we hold over our own choices. By prioritizing what we can control, we create a stable foundation that supports us through adversity. This mindset empowers us to face challenges with calm determination. Embracing flexibility enhances resilience by teaching us to adapt. Flexibility allows us to adjust our plans when faced with unexpected changes, reducing the stress associated with rigid expectations. This quality encourages us to see challenges as part of life's natural flow, making it easier to handle uncertainty. By cultivating flexibility, we build a resilience that allows us to thrive regardless of circumstances. This approach creates a mindset that values adaptability, helping us to navigate life's twists and turns with ease. Building strong relationships provides support that reinforces resilience. Connections with others remind us that we are not alone, reducing feelings of isolation during tough times. Relationships offer emotional support, practical advice, and encouragement, which strengthens our ability to handle adversity. By nurturing meaningful connections, we create a network of support that bolsters our resilience. This foundation of community helps us to face challenges with greater confidence and security. Practicing mindfulness strengthens resilience by helping us stay grounded in the present. Mindfulness teaches us to observe our thoughts and emotions without judgment, reducing stress and promoting calmness. This awareness allows us to approach challenges with a balanced mindset, as we are less likely to be overwhelmed by negative emotions. By practicing mindfulness, we create a sense of inner peace that supports us through adversity. This calm presence enhances our resilience, making it easier to handle pressure. Self-compassion nurtures resilience by encouraging us to treat ourselves kindly during difficult times. When we approach ourselves with compassion, we reduce self-criticism, creating a supportive inner dialogue. Self-compassion reminds us that setbacks are a natural part of growth, allowing us to view challenges without judgment. This practice strengthens our ability to bounce back as we create a mindset that is both resilient and understanding. By practicing self-compassion, we build an inner strength that supports us through adversity. Setting realistic expectations helps us to handle pressure with resilience. When we accept that challenges are inevitable, we reduce the disappointment associated with setbacks. Realistic expectations teach us to focus on progress rather than perfection, which fosters resilience. This perspective reduces stress, as we understand that growth is gradual and requires patience. By setting achievable goals, we create a mindset that values effort over outcome, reinforcing our ability to thrive under pressure. Practicing humility enhances resilience by reducing the need for control. Humility teaches us that we don't have all the answers, creating a mindset open to learning. This quality encourages us to approach challenges with curiosity rather than fear, making it easier to adapt. By embracing humility, we reduce the stress associated with trying to control every outcome. This approach strengthens our resilience as we become more willing to accept life's uncertainties and learn from each experience. Resilience is reinforced through self-trust. Each time we overcome a challenge, we strengthen our belief in our own abilities. This self-trust creates a foundation of confidence that supports us through future obstacles. When we trust ourselves, we become more willing to take risks as we know we can handle adversity. Self-trust transforms resilience into a source of inner strength, helping us to move forward with courage and assurance. This belief in ourselves empowers us to thrive regardless of circumstances. Learning from failure builds resilience by reducing the fear of setbacks. When we view failure as a lesson rather than a defeat, we become more willing to face challenges. This mindset encourages us to approach life with curiosity, knowing that each experience contributes to our growth. By learning from mistakes, we strengthen our resilience as we understand that setbacks are part of the journey. This approach reduces the impact of failure, making it easier to recover and move forward. Engaging in positive self-talk reinforces resilience by creating a supportive inner environment. Positive self-talk encourages us to focus on our strengths, reducing the impact of self-doubt. This practice teaches us to believe in ourselves, which strengthens our ability to handle pressure. By nurturing a positive internal dialogue, we build a mindset that is resilient and confident, making it easier to face adversity. Positive self-talk empowers us to approach life's challenges with optimism and courage. Reinforcing resilience gives us inner strength, yet sometimes the key to true peace and clarity lies in simplifying the external world around us. Minimalism, at its core, is a practice of removing excess so that we can focus on what truly matters. It's not about deprivation, but about freeing ourselves from distractions that keep us from living intentionally. By letting go of unnecessary possessions, mental clutter and commitments, we create a life where space and calm invite in our true priorities. This approach leads to a richer sense of fulfillment, allowing us to channel our energy into meaningful relationships, values, and personal growth. Practical minimalism is an invitation to create a life of purpose, clarity, and depth. Let's explore how this shift can transform our lives by clearing away the noise and focusing on what genuinely enriches us. Decluttering our physical space is a key aspect of minimalism. When we remove excess items, we create a sense of calm that clears both the environment and the mind. Each object in our space carries a mental weight, and by letting go of what we no longer need, we reduce that burden. This process encourages mindfulness as we begin to recognize what truly adds value to our lives. By clearing away the clutter, we open up space for what matters, fostering a sense of peace and focus. Minimalism teaches us to value quality over quantity. Instead of accumulating many possessions, we focus on having fewer items that serve a purpose or bring joy. This shift reduces the desire for constant consumption as we learn to appreciate the things we already have. By prioritizing quality, we create a life filled with items that are meaningful, reducing the need to chase after more. This approach brings contentment as we find satisfaction in simplicity. Reducing digital clutter is an essential part of modern minimalism. Our screens often overwhelm us with notifications, messages, and endless information, which can drain our energy. By limiting our digital engagement, we create mental space for reflection and connection. This practice encourages us to be more intentional with our online presence, focusing only on content that aligns with our values. By reducing digital distractions, we cultivate a clearer mind and a more peaceful lifestyle. Minimalism allows us to focus on experiences rather than possessions. When we prioritize experiences, we create memories and connections that enrich our lives. This shift from materialism to meaningful moments fosters joy and fulfillment that lasts beyond the immediate satisfaction of a purchase. By valuing experiences, we reduce the need for physical items, freeing us to invest in relationships and personal growth. This approach leads to a life that feels fuller, as it is built on meaningful interactions. Letting go of emotional clutter is as essential as clearing physical items. Negative emotions, regrets, and unresolved issues weigh us down, hindering our ability to live freely. By addressing and releasing these emotional burdens, we create inner peace and mental clarity. This process teaches us to let go of the past, focusing on what brings joy and growth. By clearing emotional clutter, we make room for positivity, enhancing our ability to live with purpose. Minimalism encourages intentional living by aligning our actions with our values. When we remove distractions, we gain clarity on what truly matters, allowing us to make choices that reflect our priorities. This approach reduces the tendency to follow trends or seek approval, as we are guided by our own values. By living intentionally, we create a life that feels authentic and meaningful, as each choice is a reflection of our true self. This clarity enhances our sense of fulfillment. Simplifying our commitments reduces stress and creates balance. When we overcommit, we spread ourselves thin, leaving little time for the things that truly matter. By carefully choosing where to invest our time and energy, we create a lifestyle that feels manageable and fulfilling. This practice teaches us to prioritize quality interactions over quantity, fostering deeper connections and a sense of peace. Simplifying commitments empowers us to focus on what enriches our lives, reducing the noise of unnecessary obligations. Minimalism fosters gratitude by shifting our focus from what we lack to what we have. When we appreciate the essentials, we reduce the desire for more, creating a mindset of contentment. Gratitude helps us to see the abundance in simplicity, making it easier to let go of excess. This practice reinforces a positive outlook as we learn to value what is present rather than seeking constant accumulation. By cultivating gratitude, we create a life that feels abundant, even with fewer possessions. Embracing minimalism helps us to create boundaries that protect our time and energy. Boundaries allow us to focus on our priorities without being overwhelmed by others' demands. This practice teaches us to say no to distractions, creating space for what genuinely matters. By setting boundaries, we build a lifestyle that supports our goals and values, reducing stress and enhancing well-being. Minimalism empowers us to protect our peace, making it easier to thrive. Minimalism encourages self-awareness by helping us recognize our true needs. When we strip away the excess, we gain insight into what genuinely fulfills us. This practice teaches us to differentiate between wants and needs, fostering a sense of clarity. Self-awareness reduces impulsive decisions as we become more attuned to what aligns with our values. By cultivating self-awareness, we create a life that feels intentional and balanced, guided by a deeper understanding of ourselves. Creating a life guided by simplicity helps us recognize what truly matters, yet a mindset of gratitude brings an even deeper sense of fulfillment. Gratitude, as the Stoics believed, is more than a reaction to external gifts. It's an intentional practice of appreciating what is already present in our lives. When we choose to focus on what we have rather than what we lack, we uncover joy in the most basic aspects of life. Gratitude becomes a way of life, turning ordinary moments into opportunities for contentment. This approach to gratitude doesn't require grand gestures or achievements. Instead, it finds joy in simplicity. Embracing gratitude as a daily practice brings a richness to life that material pursuits often fail to provide. Let's explore how Stoic principles of gratitude can transform our outlook, fostering a lasting sense of joy, peace, and appreciation for the essentials. The practice of gratitude begins with recognizing the value of life itself. Each day offers us a chance to experience, grow, and connect, a gift that can often go unnoticed. When we acknowledge the blessing of waking up to a new day, we set a foundation of appreciation that influences our outlook. This recognition shifts our focus from what's missing to the abundance in what we have. By starting each day with gratitude for life, we create a mindset that values presence over possessions. Acknowledging small comforts helps us see beauty in the ordinary. Simple pleasures, like a warm cup of tea or a quiet morning, can become sources of joy when approached with gratitude. These small moments remind us that happiness doesn't require extravagance, it thrives in everyday experiences. By focusing on these comforts, we cultivate an appreciation for life's simple gifts. This practice encourages us to slow down and savor each moment, enriching our lives with peace. Gratitude encourages us to appreciate relationships over material things. People in our lives contribute meaning far beyond what possessions can offer. By expressing gratitude for friends, family, and even acquaintances, we deepen our connections and strengthen our sense of community. This focus on relationships reduces the desire for external validation, as we realize that true value lies in human connection. By prioritizing relationships, we create a life filled with support, trust, and warmth. Being grateful for our health, regardless of its current state, shifts our perspective. Our bodies allow us to experience the world, to move, and to interact. When we recognize this gift, we become less focused on perceived imperfections and more appreciative of what our bodies can do. This gratitude reinforces self-acceptance as we learn to see our health as a blessing rather than a burden. By focusing on our well-being, we nurture a positive outlook that strengthens both body and mind. Nature offers endless opportunities for practicing gratitude. The beauty of a sunset, the rustling of leaves, or the sound of rain can all bring a sense of peace when noticed. Nature's presence reminds us of the simple yet profound joys available to us daily. By appreciating the natural world, we find comfort and inspiration outside of material pursuits. This connection with nature brings tranquility, helping us cultivate gratitude for the beauty that surrounds us. Gratitude encourages us to find value in challenges and setbacks. When we see obstacles as opportunities for growth, we transform adversity into a source of learning. This perspective reduces resentment as we come to appreciate the lessons within each experience. By being grateful for challenges, we strengthen resilience and develop a mindset that values growth over comfort. This approach turns even difficult moments into steps on our journey, fostering a deeper appreciation for life's full spectrum. Practicing gratitude for our own efforts helps us recognize our achievements. When we acknowledge the hard work and dedication we bring to our goals, we reinforce self-worth. This focus reduces the need for external praise as we find satisfaction in our own efforts. By appreciating our progress, we build confidence and a sense of purpose. This self-recognition creates a foundation of inner strength that supports us through challenges, allowing us to feel grateful for our journey. Gratitude allows us to let go of comparison. When we focus on what we have, we become less interested in measuring ourselves against others. This shift reduces envy and fosters a sense of inner peace as we learn to value our own unique experiences. By releasing the need to compare, we create a mindset that is content with our own path. This approach enhances self-acceptance, allowing us to find joy in our own journey without needing to match others. Expressing gratitude regularly strengthens our relationships. When we take time to thank those around us, we show appreciation for their presence and support. This practice deepens trust and connection, creating a foundation of mutual respect. Gratitude reminds us to value each person's role in our lives, reducing misunderstandings and promoting harmony. By cultivating a habit of appreciation, we nurture relationships that bring positivity and strength. Finding joy in simplicity reduces the desire for excess. When we appreciate the basics, like shelter, food, and companionship, we realize that happiness doesn't depend on abundance. This focus helps us to prioritize essentials, freeing us from the constant pursuit of more. By valuing simplicity, we create a life that feels fulfilling without the need for excess. This approach fosters a sense of peace as we learn to be content with what truly matters. Gratitude encourages mindfulness by helping us stay present. When we appreciate each moment, we reduce the tendency to dwell on the past or worry about the future. This presence enhances our awareness of life's beauty, bringing clarity and joy. Mindfulness and gratitude together create a powerful foundation for inner peace as we learn to fully experience each moment. This practice nurtures a calm heart, allowing us to approach life with balance and appreciation. Reflecting on past experiences with gratitude transforms our perspective. When we look back on both positive and challenging moments with appreciation, we see how each experience shaped us. This reflection reduces regret as we learn to value the lessons within every phase of life. By cultivating gratitude for our past, we create a sense of wholeness that reinforces self-acceptance. This approach helps us embrace our journey with pride, finding peace in our growth. Gratitude fosters humility by teaching us to appreciate what we have without entitlement. Humility allows us to see our blessings as gifts rather than guarantees, which deepens our sense of appreciation. This perspective reduces the tendency to take things for granted, as we understand that life's comforts are not owed to us. By embracing humility, we strengthen our gratitude and create a mindset that values each moment as a privilege. Being grateful for freedom of choice empowers us. The ability to make decisions about our lives is a privilege that not everyone shares. When we appreciate our freedom, we become more intentional with our choices, aligning them with our values. This gratitude reinforces our sense of agency, helping us take responsibility for our actions. By valuing our freedom, we create a life that feels meaningful and self-directed, enhancing our sense of fulfillment. Gratitude shifts our perspective during difficult times. When we look for the positive aspects within challenges, we find resilience and strength. This focus on what remains rather than what is lost helps us endure hardship with grace. Gratitude becomes a source of comfort, reminding us that even in adversity, there are things to appreciate. By practicing gratitude in tough moments, we develop a mindset that finds light even in darkness, reinforcing our inner peace. Learning to appreciate solitude fosters self-connection. Time alone allows us to reflect, recharge, and understand ourselves better. When we value solitude, we reduce the need for constant social validation, finding fulfillment within. Gratitude for solitude enhances self-awareness as we learn to be content in our own company. This practice strengthens resilience, helping us to approach life with confidence and inner strength, as we are no longer dependent on external distractions. Gratitude helps us find purpose by focusing on what brings meaning. When we are thankful for our talents, opportunities, and experiences, we gain clarity on our values and aspirations. This focus reduces the noise of superficial goals, allowing us to pursue what genuinely fulfills us. By appreciating our unique path, we create a sense of purpose that guides our decisions. This approach fosters a life that feels aligned with our true self, bringing lasting joy and satisfaction. Appreciating time itself encourages us to live fully. Each moment is a gift that will never come again, and gratitude reminds us to make the most of it. This awareness helps us to prioritize experiences over possessions, as we understand the fleeting nature of time. By valuing each day, we become more intentional with how we spend our time, creating a life that feels rich in experiences. Gratitude for time fosters a mindset that cherishes the present. Gratitude inspires generosity by helping us recognize our own abundance. When we are thankful for what we have, we feel more inclined to share with others. This practice reduces feelings of scarcity as we become more aware of our own resources. Generosity strengthens our connections and creates a sense of purpose as we contribute positively to others' lives. By embracing gratitude and generosity, we create a life that feels both fulfilling and impactful. Embracing gratitude for daily routines brings joy to ordinary tasks. Simple activities like cooking or cleaning can become opportunities for appreciation when approached with gratitude. This perspective transforms routine into ritual, fostering a sense of mindfulness and peace. By valuing daily tasks, we create a life that feels balanced and purposeful. This approach encourages us to find joy in simplicity, making each day feel rich with meaning. Finding gratitude in simplicity enriches our lives with a sense of fulfillment. Yet another powerful tool for deepening this contentment is mindfulness. In Stoic philosophy, mindfulness is the practice of being fully present, engaged with each moment, and aware of our thoughts and actions. Staying centered in the present allows us to experience life directly, without the distractions of past regrets or future anxieties. This approach encourages us to live with clarity, intention, and purpose, recognizing that each moment is valuable. Building mindfulness isn't about perfection, but about training the mind to return to the present whenever it begins to wander. Through this practice, we learn to see life with fresh eyes, appreciate the now, and create a steady foundation of calm. Let's explore how mindfulness can transform our lives by enhancing focus, reducing stress, and deepening our connection to each moment. Mindfulness begins with the practice of observation, encouraging us to notice our thoughts and feelings without judgment. By observing without attaching meaning, we learn to understand our inner landscape, which brings clarity and peace. This approach reduces the impulse to react emotionally, creating space for thoughtful responses. As we become more observant, we deepen our connection to the present, which supports a mindset of calm and resilience. Through observation, we develop a more balanced and centered way of being. Breathing deeply is a simple yet powerful tool in mindfulness. Each mindful breath grounds us in the present, creating a steady rhythm that calms the mind. Deep breathing activates the body's relaxation response, helping to release tension and stress. This practice encourages us to slow down, reminding us of the importance of each moment. By focusing on our breath, we create a sense of calm that enhances our awareness, allowing us to fully engage with life's experiences. Mindfulness invites us to embrace each moment as it comes, Instead of resisting or avoiding experiences, we learn to approach them with openness. This acceptance reduces the stress associated with uncertainty as we become more comfortable with the flow of life. By embracing each moment, we create a mindset that values presence over control, which brings peace. This approach helps us to navigate life's ups and downs with resilience as we remain grounded in the now. Letting go of past regrets is essential in mindfulness. When we release the hold that past mistakes have on us, we create space for the present. This shift reduces feelings of guilt, allowing us to approach each day with a fresh perspective. Letting go teaches us that the past is beyond our control, which frees us to focus on what we can influence now. By releasing regrets, we cultivate a peaceful state of mind that supports our journey. Mindfulness teaches us to approach life with curiosity. When we view each experience as an opportunity to learn, we become more engaged with the present. Curiosity encourages us to see things with a fresh perspective, reducing boredom or frustration. This approach fosters a sense of wonder as we begin to appreciate the richness in each moment. By embracing curiosity, we create a mindset that values discovery, making life feel more vibrant and fulfilling. Focusing on physical sensations brings us back to the present. By noticing how our body feels, the warmth of the sun, the texture of an object, or the sensation of movement, we deepen our connection to the moment. This focus reduces mental chatter as we direct our attention to tangible experiences. Physical sensations remind us of our presence, anchoring us in the now. This practice enhances our awareness and appreciation of life's sensory details. Mindfulness encourages us to cultivate patience. When we learn to wait without rushing, we reduce the stress associated with impatience. Patience teaches us to approach each moment with acceptance, allowing things to unfold naturally. This practice creates a sense of calm, as we are no longer driven by the need for immediate results. By embracing patience, we develop a balanced mindset that supports resilience and reduces tension. Listening fully is a powerful act of mindfulness. When we listen without planning our response, we create space for genuine understanding. This approach deepens our connections with others as it shows respect and openness. Mindful listening reduces misunderstandings as we become more attuned to others' words and feelings. By practicing this skill, we create more meaningful interactions and foster empathy, enhancing our relationships and enriching our lives. Practicing gratitude during each moment enhances mindfulness. When we appreciate what is happening right now, we reduce the desire for more or different experiences. Gratitude helps us to see the value in the present, creating a mindset of abundance. This focus shifts our attention from what's missing to what's here, fostering a sense of fulfillment. By cultivating gratitude, we learn to approach each day with appreciation and joy. Letting go of distractions is essential for staying present. Our modern world often pulls us in many directions, making it difficult to focus. By intentionally reducing distractions, we create space for mindfulness, allowing us to engage with each moment fully. This approach strengthens our attention as we are less influenced by external stimuli. By letting go of distractions, we build a life that feels more centered and fulfilling. Mindfulness encourages us to embrace simplicity. When we strip away unnecessary complexities, we reduce the mental clutter that can cloud our awareness. Simplicity fosters a sense of calm as we become more focused on essentials. This approach helps us to find clarity as we are no longer overwhelmed by excess. By embracing simplicity, we create a life that feels balanced and intentional, making it easier to stay present. Developing self-awareness strengthens mindfulness. When we understand our own reactions, triggers, and tendencies, we can navigate life with greater clarity. Self-awareness helps us to identify when we are not present, allowing us to refocus our attention. This practice reduces impulsive behavior as we become more intentional in our actions. By cultivating self-awareness, we build a mindset that values mindfulness, enhancing our ability to stay centered. Mindfulness encourages us to approach each day with intention. When we set intentions, we create a sense of purpose that guides our actions. This focus helps us to remain present, as we are less likely to be distracted by external factors. Intention strengthens our connection to the moment, as each choice aligns with our values. By practicing intention, we create a life that feels meaningful and directed, making it easier to engage fully with each experience. Releasing the need for control supports mindfulness. When we let go of the desire to control every outcome, we create space for acceptance. This approach reduces stress as we become more comfortable with uncertainty. Letting go of control allows us to focus on what we can influence, our actions and responses. This practice reinforces our connection to the present, as we are no longer burdened by the need for certainty. Mindfulness teaches us to observe our thoughts without judgment. When we view thoughts as passing experiences, we reduce the tendency to become attached to them. This practice helps us to see our thoughts objectively, reducing their emotional impact. Observing without judgment creates a sense of peace as we learn to let thoughts come and go. By practicing non-judgment, we create a mental environment that supports calm and clarity. Cultivating compassion is an essential aspect of mindfulness. When we approach ourselves and others with kindness, we reduce feelings of frustration or resentment. Compassion fosters understanding, helping us to see each experience from a place of empathy. This approach creates a sense of connection as we learn to appreciate each person's unique journey. By practicing compassion, we create a life that feels harmonious and fulfilling, enhancing our ability to stay present. Mindfulness helps us find joy in small moments. Simple acts, like a smile or a deep breath, become sources of happiness when approached with awareness. This focus on small joys reduces the need for grand gestures as we learn to appreciate life's subtleties. By valuing the small moments, we create a mindset that finds beauty in the everyday. This approach enriches our lives, making each day feel vibrant and meaningful. Staying connected to our senses enhances mindfulness. By focusing on what we see, hear, touch, taste, or smell, we deepen our connection to the present. Sensory awareness reduces mental distractions as we become more attuned to our surroundings. This practice creates a sense of grounding, reminding us of our physical presence. By engaging our senses, we create a life that feels more connected and real. Mindfulness teaches us to release expectations. When we let go of rigid ideas about how things should be, we reduce disappointment and frustration. This practice helps us to approach each experience with openness, allowing life to unfold naturally. Releasing expectations creates a mindset that values adaptability, enhancing our resilience. By letting go of expectations, we build a life that feels peaceful and balanced, as we are no longer bound by preconceived notions. Mindfulness creates a life rooted in the present, yet to maintain this clarity and focus, we must also protect our inner peace by setting strong boundaries. Boundaries are essential for preserving our energy, ensuring that we stay true to our values and preventing unnecessary stress. The Stoics taught that guarding our time and energy is a form of self-respect, helping us to avoid distractions and interactions that drain us. Boundaries are not barriers against others. Rather, they are tools to help us honor our commitments, prioritize well-being, and create a balanced life. By setting boundaries thoughtfully, we cultivate an environment that supports our growth and allows us to approach each day with focus and tranquility. Let's explore how establishing boundaries can transform our lives, bringing greater control, balance, and intention to each moment. Setting boundaries begins with self-awareness. Knowing our limits helps us understand what we can reasonably manage without overextending ourselves. This understanding empowers us to make choices that align with our values and energy levels. When we are aware of our boundaries, we are less likely to agree to commitments that lead to stress or resentment. Self-awareness provides a foundation for setting boundaries that feel natural, helping us protect our well-being. Prioritizing our time is a key aspect of boundary setting. Time is one of our most valuable resources, and by choosing how to spend it intentionally, we can reduce overwhelm. Prioritizing allows us to focus on what truly matters, leaving less room for distractions. This practice encourages us to say no to activities that don't serve our goals, preserving time for meaningful pursuits. By respecting our own time, we create a life that feels more balanced and purposeful. Learning to say no without guilt is essential in boundary setting. Often, we feel obligated to say yes to avoid disappointing others, but this can lead to burnout. Saying no respectfully honors our own needs, allowing us to focus on priorities without feeling overburdened. By embracing this skill, we strengthen our ability to set boundaries that protect our energy. This practice empowers us to make choices that align with our values, reducing stress and promoting balance. Recognizing energy drains helps us establish more effective boundaries. Certain activities or people may leave us feeling exhausted, and by identifying these drains, we can make adjustments. Reducing time spent on energy-draining activities allows us to focus on what uplifts us, creating a sense of vitality. This awareness encourages us to invest our energy in relationships and pursuits that bring joy rather than depletion. By setting boundaries around energy drains, we create a lifestyle that supports our well-being. Boundaries protect our mental space, allowing us to maintain focus. When we control the types of information or conversations we engage in, we reduce mental clutter. This practice helps us stay centered, as we are less likely to be influenced by negative or distracting influences. Protecting mental space creates clarity, making it easier to focus on our goals and values. By setting boundaries around what enters our mind, we foster a calm and focused state of being. Creating boundaries around social interactions preserves emotional energy. Not every relationship is beneficial, and by choosing carefully, we ensure that our interactions support our growth. This selectivity helps us avoid relationships that drain us, allowing space for meaningful connections. By setting boundaries around who we allow into our inner circle, we cultivate a social environment that nurtures positivity and support. This practice reinforces our emotional well-being, allowing us to thrive. Limiting digital distractions is an essential part of setting boundaries. In a world filled with constant notifications, managing our digital space becomes vital for focus. By controlling our screen time and reducing unnecessary digital engagement, we create mental space for more meaningful activities. This approach helps us avoid the stress of information overload, allowing us to concentrate on what truly matters. Setting digital boundaries fosters a sense of peace as we regain control over our attention. Setting boundaries at work prevents burnout. Professional demands can easily spill over into personal time if left unchecked, but by creating clear work boundaries, we protect our time. This approach encourages us to prioritize tasks, reducing stress and enhancing productivity. By setting limits on our work hours and responsibilities, we create a balanced life that honors both career and personal needs. Work boundaries support our well-being, allowing us to maintain energy and focus. Boundary setting includes recognizing our own needs and honoring them. When we understand what we require for rest, connection, and productivity, we can create a lifestyle that supports these needs. This practice reduces feelings of guilt as we learn to prioritize our own well-being. By honoring our needs, we establish boundaries that prevent exhaustion and promote balance. This approach allows us to thrive as we create a life that feels nurturing and fulfilling. Focusing on personal goals reinforces our boundaries. When we are clear about our aspirations, we are less likely to be swayed by distractions. This focus encourages us to set limits on activities that don't support our growth, preserving time and energy for what matters. By aligning our boundaries with our goals, we create a sense of purpose that strengthens our resolve. This clarity empowers us to stay true to our path, reducing stress and enhancing motivation. Staying grounded through boundaries empowers us to protect our peace, yet sometimes our inner tranquility requires a deeper release, the act of forgiveness. Forgiveness isn't just about letting go of past hurts. It's a deliberate practice that frees us from the weight of resentment. For the Stoics, forgiveness was essential to achieving resilience and inner peace, as lingering anger only binds us to the pain. By choosing forgiveness, we allow ourselves to break free from emotional chains, creating space for healing and growth. This journey doesn't deny past harm, but rather transforms it, shifting our focus from blame to understanding. Let's explore the powerful art of forgiveness and discover how letting go of resentment can bring peace and liberation to our lives, clearing the path for renewed purpose and clarity. Forgiveness begins with understanding the nature of resentment. Resentment is a weight that ties us to the past, holding our thoughts and emotions in a place of anger or sadness. By recognizing this emotional burden, we take the first step toward release, understanding that forgiveness is as much for ourselves as for others. This awareness empowers us to seek peace, shifting our focus from pain to healing. Through forgiveness, we choose freedom over anger, embracing a path that prioritizes our own well-being. Forgiving doesn't mean forgetting the hurt. It means releasing its hold over us. When we forgive, we acknowledge what happened, but we choose not to let it define our present. This practice teaches us to separate the action from the person, focusing instead on our own journey. By releasing the grip of resentment, we regain control over our emotions, creating a life guided by peace rather than pain. Forgiveness is an act of self-respect, reminding us that we are worthy of inner calm. Choosing empathy is a key part of forgiveness. When we make an effort to understand others' perspectives, we often find it easier to let go of resentment. Empathy doesn't excuse hurtful actions, but it provides context, helping us see beyond our own pain. This perspective fosters compassion, reducing anger and allowing space for healing. By practicing empathy, we create a mindset that values understanding over judgment, making forgiveness feel more attainable. Forgiveness strengthens resilience by teaching us to move forward despite adversity. When we hold on to grudges, we remain tethered to the past, unable to fully embrace the present. Letting go of resentment builds resilience as we learn to adapt and grow from difficult experiences. This practice teaches us that peace is found within, independent of others' actions. By cultivating forgiveness, we develop a strength that supports us through life's challenges, creating a foundation of inner stability. Practicing forgiveness encourages self-compassion. Often, we hold ourselves to high standards, feeling shame or guilt over past mistakes. Forgiving ourselves for our imperfections reduces self-criticism, allowing us to approach our own journey with kindness. This self-forgiveness is a vital part of healing, as it teaches us to let go of regret and focus on growth. By practicing self-compassion, we reinforce a positive self-image, freeing ourselves from the weight of past errors. Forgiveness reminds us that holding on to anger is a choice. When we cling to resentment, we allow someone else's actions to dictate our emotions. By choosing forgiveness, we reclaim our power, deciding to prioritize peace over bitterness. This decision teaches us that we are not defined by others' behavior. We are defined by our response. Forgiveness is a statement of self-worth, a reminder that we deserve a life free from the burdens of anger. Forgiveness brings clarity by releasing mental clutter. Resentment takes up space in our minds, clouding our thoughts and affecting our focus. When we let go of these negative emotions, we create room for clarity and purpose. This shift allows us to see our lives with fresh eyes, unburdened by past hurts. By practicing forgiveness, we create a mental environment that supports clarity and well-being, enhancing our ability to engage with the present. Forgiveness fosters patience by teaching us to let go of immediate reactions. When we forgive, we learn to pause, to consider, and to release rather than react. This practice reduces impulsiveness as we become more intentional in our responses. Patience reinforces our ability to forgive, creating a cycle of understanding and calm. By cultivating patience, we create a life that values thoughtful action over quick judgment, supporting a peaceful and resilient mindset. Forgiveness encourages us to focus on growth. When we choose to forgive, we shift our energy from anger to self-improvement. This change in focus promotes resilience as we direct our thoughts toward what we can control, our own growth. By valuing progress over blame, we create a mindset that supports development and healing. This approach reinforces the idea that we can transform pain into strength, turning past hurts into lessons for the future. Forgiveness reduces the tendency to dwell on the past. When we hold grudges, we often replay painful moments, keeping ourselves trapped in old narratives. Forgiving allows us to let go of these memories, freeing us to focus on the present. This release is essential for peace, as it teaches us to value the here and now over what has been. By choosing forgiveness, we break the cycle of rumination, creating space for joy and fulfillment. Forgiveness helps us build healthier relationships. When we hold on to resentment, it often affects how we interact with others, creating tension and mistrust. Forgiving allows us to approach relationships with openness and understanding, reducing the impact of past hurts. This shift encourages deeper connections, as we no longer carry old grievances into new interactions. By practicing forgiveness, we create a social environment that feels supportive and positive, fostering stronger bonds. Practicing forgiveness supports emotional resilience. Letting go of resentment teaches us to face challenges without letting them define us, building a mindset that is strong and adaptable. This resilience reduces the impact of future difficulties as we learn to approach life with calmness. Forgiveness is an exercise in strength, as it requires us to move beyond pain and choose peace. By cultivating this resilience, we create a life that values healing over hurt. Forgiveness teaches us that anger is temporary, while peace is lasting. When we hold on to resentment, we allow anger to linger, affecting our well-being. Forgiving helps us release this anger, replacing it with a sense of calm that endures. This shift reminds us that lasting happiness comes from within, not from external validation. By choosing forgiveness, we prioritize a life that values inner peace, making each day feel lighter and more fulfilling. Forgiveness enhances self-awareness by helping us recognize our own emotions. When we confront our feelings of resentment, we gain insight into what triggers our anger and why. This understanding allows us to address these triggers more effectively, reducing future frustration. Self-awareness strengthens our ability to forgive as we become more in tune with our own needs and boundaries. By practicing forgiveness, we cultivate a deeper understanding of ourselves, enhancing our emotional intelligence. Forgiveness reduces stress by freeing us from the emotional weight of grudges. Holding on to resentment often creates tension as we replay past events in our minds. Forgiving releases this tension, creating a sense of relief and peace. This practice reduces the mental and physical effects of stress, promoting overall well-being. By letting go of grudges, we create a life that feels calm and balanced, enhancing our health and happiness. Choosing forgiveness encourages a mindset of abundance. When we release resentment, we become more open to the good in our lives, focusing on what we have rather than what we lack. This shift reduces feelings of scarcity as we recognize that peace and happiness are always available. By embracing forgiveness, we create a mindset that values abundance, allowing us to approach life with a sense of gratitude and fulfillment. Forgiveness teaches us to let go of expectations. Often, resentment stems from unmet expectations of how others should behave. By forgiving, we release these expectations, allowing ourselves to accept people as they are. This practice reduces disappointment as we learn to approach relationships with openness rather than rigid standards. By letting go of expectations, we create a life that values acceptance and understanding, enhancing our peace. Forgiveness reinforces our sense of purpose. When we let go of resentment, we free up energy to focus on what truly matters. This shift allows us to pursue our goals with clarity, as we are no longer weighed down by past hurts. Forgiveness strengthens our commitment to a life of meaning, as we choose to prioritize growth over grudges. By practicing forgiveness, we create a path that is purposeful and fulfilling. Forgiveness is a practice of inner freedom. When we forgive, we liberate ourselves from the constraints of resentment, creating a life that feels unbound. This freedom encourages us to approach each day with openness, as we are no longer restricted by old pain. By choosing forgiveness, we create a life that values liberation, allowing us to experience joy without the weight of the past. This approach reinforces a sense of peace and wholeness. Choosing forgiveness frees us from past resentment, yet to fully nurture our sense of inner peace, we can extend this understanding outward through compassion. In Stoic philosophy, compassion is more than just an act of kindness. It's a genuine effort to see others as they are, understanding their challenges and recognizing their humanity. This practice deepens our empathy and strengthens our connections, reminding us that each person, like ourselves, is navigating their own path. Compassion isn't about accepting every action, but about approaching others with understanding, which enriches both our lives and theirs. When we cultivate compassion, we foster a world that values empathy over judgment and connection over isolation. Let's explore how practicing compassion can bring warmth, depth, and meaning to our interactions, creating a life of harmony and shared understanding. Compassion begins with the recognition of shared humanity. Every person experiences struggles, triumphs, joys, and sorrows, just as we do. Acknowledging this shared human experience creates a foundation for empathy, as we realize that others' feelings and challenges mirror our own. This understanding fosters kindness, as we approach others with a sense of unity rather than separation. By embracing our common humanity, we open ourselves to deeper connections that transcend differences, enriching our lives with empathy and warmth. Listening deeply is a core aspect of compassion. When we listen with full attention, without planning our response, we show genuine interest in others' experiences. This practice encourages empathy as we seek to understand rather than judge. Deep listening strengthens bonds as it conveys respect and validates the other person's feelings. By truly listening, we create a space where people feel valued, fostering a sense of trust and mutual understanding. Practicing kindness in our daily interactions strengthens compassion. Small acts of kindness, a smile, a helpful gesture, or a few kind words, can have a powerful impact on others. These gestures remind us that compassion doesn't require grand actions. It lives in everyday choices. By embracing kindness, we create a ripple effect of positivity as each act inspires further kindness. This practice nurtures a sense of connectedness, reminding us that even small moments can bring joy to others. Compassion encourages us to put ourselves in others' shoes. When we make an effort to see the world from another person's perspective, we gain insight into their experiences and feelings. This perspective fosters understanding as we begin to appreciate the factors that shape others' actions. By stepping outside our own viewpoint, we reduce the tendency to judge, replacing it with empathy. This practice enriches our interactions as we approach others with an open mind and heart. Accepting others as they are is essential for compassion. When we release expectations of how people should act or feel, we create a space of acceptance. This acceptance reduces frustration as we learn to appreciate others' unique journeys without trying to change them. By embracing others as they are, we strengthen our relationships as we show respect for their individuality. This practice fosters peace as we let go of control and choose to love unconditionally. Compassion teaches us to approach challenges with patience. When we recognize that others may be dealing with unseen difficulties, we become more understanding. Patience allows us to respond thoughtfully rather than reacting in frustration, strengthening our ability to support others. This practice fosters resilience in our relationships as we learn to navigate difficulties with kindness. By cultivating patience, we create connections that are supportive and enduring. Forgiving others is a powerful act of compassion. When we let go of grudges, we release the emotional weight that holds us back from deeper connection. Forgiveness doesn't excuse hurtful actions, but allows us to move forward with an open heart. This practice strengthens empathy as we acknowledge that others, like us, are imperfect. By choosing forgiveness, we create a foundation of understanding that supports meaningful relationships. Compassion encourages selflessness, guiding us to think of others' needs alongside our own. This balance fosters a sense of community as we become more willing to offer support without expecting something in return. Selflessness strengthens our relationships as it creates a foundation of mutual care and respect. By practicing selflessness, we build a life that values giving, creating a cycle of compassion that benefits both ourselves and others. Practicing gratitude for others enhances compassion. When we appreciate the people in our lives, we are more likely to treat them with kindness. This gratitude reminds us of the positive impact others have on our well-being, reducing the inclination to take relationships for granted. By focusing on appreciation, we foster a mindset that values connection, strengthening our bonds. Gratitude for others creates a sense of fulfillment as we recognize the richness they bring to our lives. Compassion fosters humility by teaching us that everyone has strengths and struggles. Humility allows us to approach others without a sense of superiority, creating a foundation of respect. This perspective reduces judgment as we understand that each person is doing their best with their circumstances. By embracing humility, we cultivate an open heart that values others' journeys, enhancing our capacity for empathy and connection. Setting aside judgments cultivates a compassionate mindset. When we let go of preconceived notions about others, we allow ourselves to see them more clearly. This practice reduces misunderstandings as we approach interactions with openness rather than assumptions. By refraining from judgment, we create an environment that fosters understanding and acceptance. This approach deepens our relationships as we learn to value people for who they truly are. Compassion encourages us to recognize our own emotions, enhancing empathy. When we understand our own feelings, we become more attuned to others' emotions. This self-awareness reduces projection as we separate our own experiences from those of others. By connecting with our own emotions, we create a foundation of empathy that enhances our interactions. This practice strengthens compassion as we learn to navigate relationships with sensitivity and care. Compassion reminds us of the importance of boundaries. When we care deeply for others, it's essential to protect our own well-being as well. Boundaries allow us to offer support without depleting ourselves, creating balanced relationships. This practice teaches us to give from a place of wholeness, reducing resentment or burnout. By setting boundaries, we create sustainable connections that respect both ourselves and others, fostering lasting compassion. Acknowledging others' efforts is a simple but powerful act of compassion. When we recognize someone's hard work or dedication, we validate their efforts, creating a sense of appreciation. This practice strengthens our relationships as it shows that we see and value others' contributions. Acknowledgement fosters mutual respect, deepening our bonds and enhancing empathy. By appreciating others' efforts, we create a culture of kindness that supports connection. Practicing acceptance of others' differences strengthens compassion. Each person has a unique perspective, shaped by their experiences and beliefs. By embracing these differences, we create a sense of inclusivity as we value each person's individuality. Acceptance reduces conflict as we approach interactions with curiosity rather than judgment. This practice fosters unity, reminding us that diversity enriches our lives. By valuing differences, we create a life that is open, vibrant, and compassionate. Supporting others during tough times is a core aspect of compassion. Offering a listening ear, a kind word, or a small act of assistance can make a significant impact. This support reminds others that they are not alone, fostering a sense of solidarity. By being there for others, we create connections that feel meaningful and supportive. This practice deepens our relationships as we share both joys and challenges, creating a life filled with empathy and care. Practicing compassion enhances resilience in relationships. When we approach each other with kindness and understanding, we create a foundation that can weather challenges. Compassion strengthens our ability to forgive, to accept, and to support, making relationships more enduring. This resilience fosters a sense of security, as we know that compassion will guide us through difficult times. By cultivating compassion, we build relationships that are both strong and nurturing. Compassion invites us to let go of pride, creating space for understanding. When we release the need to be right, we open ourselves to others' perspectives, reducing conflict. This practice fosters humility as we learn to approach interactions with an open mind. Letting go of pride strengthens our relationships as it encourages collaboration rather than competition. By choosing compassion over ego, we create a life that values connection over dominance. Offering grace to others is a powerful way to practice compassion. Grace allows us to approach others' mistakes with forgiveness, understanding that everyone has flaws. This practice reduces the need for criticism, creating a mindset that values kindness. Offering grace strengthens our relationships as it fosters an environment of mutual respect. By embracing grace, we create connections that feel safe and supportive, enhancing our sense of empathy. Compassion teaches us to celebrate others' successes. When we share in others' joy, we create a sense of unity, reducing feelings of jealousy or competition. Celebrating others' achievements reinforces a mindset of abundance as we realize that one person's success does not diminish our own. This approach fosters positivity as we learn to take joy in others' growth. By practicing celebration, we create a life that values shared happiness, deepening our bonds. Celebrating others' successes strengthens our sense of compassion and connection, yet the journey toward growth also calls for a dedicated inward focus. Daily reflection, a Stoic practice, offers a powerful routine for self-improvement and personal insight. Each evening, taking a moment to reflect on our actions, thoughts, and interactions helps us to learn from mistakes, acknowledge growth, and set fresh intentions. This routine is more than introspection. It's a chance to align our lives more closely with our values, turning each day into an opportunity for progress. By dedicating time to self-reflection, we engage in a quiet practice of self-honesty and purposeful growth, allowing us to better understand ourselves and evolve with intention. Let's dive into the transformative effects of daily reflection, exploring how it can foster resilience, wisdom, and a life lived in true alignment with our highest self. Reflection begins with a willingness to look honestly at our actions. Each day brings moments where we could have chosen differently, and acknowledging these instances opens the door to growth. This self-honesty isn't about judgment, but understanding, as we assess our choices with a compassionate eye. By looking inward, we identify patterns that may hold us back, empowering us to make changes. This daily practice strengthens our sense of accountability as we recognize that growth requires honesty. Evaluating our intentions during daily reflection brings clarity to our actions. Often, we may act from habit or external influence rather than conscious intent. By examining our motivations, we gain insight into the why behind our choices. This practice encourages us to align our actions with our values, creating a life that feels more genuine. Reflecting on intentions deepens our self-awareness, helping us live with purpose rather than on autopilot. Recognizing small successes each day nurtures a sense of accomplishment. Often, we overlook our achievements, focusing only on major milestones. By acknowledging small wins, we reinforce our progress, building confidence in our journey. This practice creates a positive outlook as we learn to value each step forward. Celebrating small successes fosters resilience, reminding us that growth is a continuous process. Through daily reflection, we honor every effort, enhancing our motivation. Learning from mistakes is a powerful part of reflection. Each day brings opportunities for growth, and mistakes are valuable teachers if approached with an open mind. Reflecting on what didn't go as planned helps us to identify areas for improvement, reducing the likelihood of repeating patterns. This practice fosters a growth mindset as we view setbacks as stepping stones. By learning from mistakes, we develop resilience, understanding that each misstep brings us closer to our goals. Setting intentions for improvement transforms reflection into action. By identifying areas we'd like to enhance, we create a roadmap for personal growth. This intentional approach fosters discipline as we commit to specific goals. Setting intentions empowers us to make meaningful changes as we move from reflection to purposeful effort. This routine deepens our sense of accountability as we align our actions with our vision for self-improvement. Daily reflection helps us identify unhelpful habits. When we look back on our day, we may notice patterns of behavior that don't serve our well-being. Recognizing these habits allows us to replace them with positive alternatives, fostering healthier routines. This practice creates a mindset of self-awareness as we become more attuned to our actions. By addressing unhelpful habits, we cultivate a life that feels intentional and balanced, supporting long-term growth. Reflection encourages gratitude by helping us recognize the positive moments in each day. Even on challenging days, there are often small blessings we can appreciate. This practice shifts our focus from what went wrong to what went right, creating a mindset of abundance. Gratitude reinforces resilience as we learn to value the good amid difficulties. By cultivating gratitude, we create a positive outlook that supports both well-being and personal growth. Examining our reactions to challenges during reflection fosters emotional intelligence. Each day brings moments of frustration or stress, and reflecting on these reactions helps us understand our triggers. This awareness empowers us to respond more calmly in the future, enhancing our ability to handle adversity. By examining our reactions, we build resilience as we learn to navigate challenges with patience and poise. This practice creates a balanced mindset, fostering inner peace. Reflecting on interactions with others strengthens our relationships. Each day, we engage with people in various ways, and by considering how we treated them, we gain insight into our communication skills. This practice encourages empathy as we recognize areas where we could have been more understanding. By improving our interactions, we create stronger bonds, enhancing our social well-being. Reflection helps us approach relationships with kindness and respect, enriching our connections. Daily reflection nurtures humility by reminding us of areas for growth. When we look honestly at our actions, we recognize that we all have room for improvement. This humility fosters a sense of openness as we become more receptive to learning. By embracing humility, we build resilience as we approach life with a willingness to grow. Reflection reminds us that growth is a journey, creating a mindset that values progress over perfection. Identifying moments of mindfulness reinforces our presence. Each day brings opportunities to be fully engaged, whether during a conversation, a task, or a quiet moment. Reflecting on these mindful moments helps us recognize the value of presence, encouraging us to seek it more often. This awareness reduces stress as we learn to savor each experience. By valuing mindfulness, we create a life that feels rich and balanced, enhancing our sense of fulfillment. Reflection fosters self-compassion by allowing us to view our day without harsh judgment. When we look at our actions with kindness, we reduce self-criticism, creating a supportive inner dialogue. This self-compassion enhances resilience as we approach mistakes with understanding rather than blame. By practicing self-compassion, we strengthen our emotional well-being, fostering a mindset that values growth. Reflection creates a nurturing space for self-improvement, supporting our journey with grace. Daily reflection encourages us to assess our alignment with our values. Often, life's demands can pull us in different directions, making it easy to stray from our principles. Reflecting on our actions helps us to realign, ensuring that our choices reflect what truly matters. This practice fosters a sense of integrity as we live in alignment with our beliefs. By prioritizing values, we create a life that feels authentic, enhancing our sense of purpose. Reflecting on our energy levels each day enhances self-awareness. Each day brings different demands, and by recognizing how we feel, we learn to manage our energy wisely. This awareness helps us to plan more effectively, ensuring that we balance effort with rest. By honoring our energy needs, we create a sustainable routine that supports both productivity and well-being. Reflection reminds us to value self-care, enhancing our resilience. Reflection allows us to track progress over time. When we engage in daily reflection, we gain insight into our growth as we see patterns and improvements unfold. This awareness reinforces our sense of accomplishment, motivating us to continue. By tracking progress, we create a mindset that values consistency, reminding us that small efforts lead to meaningful change. This practice strengthens our commitment to growth, creating a life that feels purposeful. Daily reflection teaches us to let go of regret. Each day may bring choices we would like to change, but by acknowledging these moments, we reduce their hold over us. Letting go of regret creates a sense of freedom as we focus on the present rather than dwelling on the past. This practice enhances peace as we learn to approach each day with acceptance. By releasing regret, we foster a mindset that values growth over guilt. Considering our goals during reflection keeps us focused on our aspirations. Each evening, taking a moment to revisit our goals reminds us of our purpose, creating a sense of direction. This focus reduces distractions as we become more intentional in our actions. By aligning our daily choices with our goals, we create a life that feels purposeful and fulfilling. Reflection strengthens our resolve as we commit to what truly matters. Reflecting on the day's lessons fosters a growth mindset. Each experience, whether positive or challenging, has something to teach us. By recognizing these lessons, we approach life as a continuous journey of learning. This mindset reduces frustration as we view obstacles as opportunities. By cultivating a growth mindset, we create a life that values resilience and adaptation, enhancing our capacity for self-improvement. Reflection encourages us to celebrate resilience. Each day, there are moments where we overcome challenges, big or small. By acknowledging these moments, we reinforce our inner strength, building confidence in our ability to handle adversity. This practice fosters a positive self-image as we recognize our resilience. Celebrating resilience creates a mindset that values endurance, enhancing our ability to face future challenges with courage. Reflecting on gratitude creates a sense of contentment. Each day brings small moments of joy, comfort, or support, and by acknowledging these, we cultivate a mindset of abundance. Gratitude reduces stress as we focus on what we have rather than what we lack. By practicing gratitude, we create a life that feels fulfilling and rich. Reflection enhances our well-being as we learn to appreciate each day's gifts, big and small. Reflecting on gratitude enhances our sense of contentment, but sometimes, to truly appreciate ourselves, we must overcome an inner obstacle: self-doubt. This journey to inner strength requires a steadfast focus on our own abilities, virtues, and values, rooted in a sense of self that does not waver with external judgments. Stoic philosophy teaches that real confidence is built from within, grounded in a belief that we are capable and resilient, regardless of the opinions or affirmations of others. Confronting self-doubt isn't about masking insecurities, but about addressing them directly, reshaping our mindset towards strength and assurance. As we explore how to cultivate self-confidence from a Stoic perspective, we learn to honor our achievements, trust our abilities, and build a foundation of inner stability that can withstand life's uncertainties. Let's delve into how overcoming self-doubt can transform our relationship with ourselves, helping us find resilience, purpose, and true self-assurance. Overcoming self-doubt starts with acknowledging our unique strengths. Each of us has a set of abilities and qualities that shape who we are, and by identifying these, we build a foundation of confidence. This self-recognition isn't arrogance, it's a balanced awareness of our capacities. By focusing on our strengths, we shift from doubt to assurance, creating a mindset that values what we bring to the world. Recognizing our qualities reinforces self-trust, allowing us to confront challenges with greater confidence. Focusing on past accomplishments helps to counter self-doubt. Every achievement, no matter how small, is a reminder of our capabilities. By recalling moments of success, we create a mental archive of resilience, showing ourselves that we are capable of growth. This practice reinforces a positive self-image as we learn to value progress over perfection. Celebrating past achievements strengthens our inner resolve, helping us to approach new challenges without hesitation. Learning to trust our instincts is essential in overcoming self-doubt. Often, we second-guess ourselves, unsure if our decisions are correct. By practicing self-trust, we reduce the need for constant reassurance, developing confidence in our judgment. This self-trust empowers us to act with conviction, as we no longer seek external validation for every choice. Trusting our instincts creates a sense of autonomy as we recognize our ability to navigate life's complexities. Self-doubt often arises from comparison, but focusing on our unique journey reduces this tendency. Each person has a different path, and by valuing our own progress, we eliminate the need to measure ourselves against others. This focus fosters self-acceptance as we recognize that our worth isn't determined by others' achievements. By honoring our journey, we create a mindset that values personal growth over external standards, strengthening our self-confidence. Practicing self-compassion helps to quiet self-doubt. When we treat ourselves kindly, we reduce the harsh inner criticism that fuels insecurity. Self-compassion encourages us to approach mistakes with understanding, viewing them as part of the learning process rather than a reflection of our worth. By cultivating self-compassion, we create a supportive inner voice that builds resilience. This practice nurtures a positive self-image, allowing us to face challenges without self-criticism. Setting realistic expectations reinforces confidence. Often, self-doubt stems from expecting perfection, which is both unrealistic and discouraging. By setting attainable goals, we create a sense of progress that boosts our self-assurance. This approach encourages us to celebrate small wins, which strengthens our motivation and commitment. By valuing effort over perfection, we create a mindset that supports growth, reducing the influence of self-doubt. Reflecting on our values provides a foundation for self-confidence. When we live in alignment with our beliefs, we create a sense of integrity that is immune to external criticism. This alignment fosters self-respect, as we know that our actions reflect our principles. By grounding ourselves in our values, we build inner strength, creating a life that feels authentic and purposeful. This connection to our values reinforces self-assurance as we remain true to ourselves. Mindfulness helps us to observe self-doubt without attachment. When we notice feelings of insecurity, we can address them without becoming overwhelmed. This practice reduces the power of self-doubt as we learn to see it as a passing thought rather than an absolute truth. Mindfulness fosters resilience, allowing us to navigate self-doubt with clarity and calm. By practicing presence, we create a mental space that supports confidence and inner peace. Taking action despite fear is a powerful way to overcome self-doubt. Often, doubt paralyzes us, preventing us from pursuing our goals. By taking small steps, we build momentum, showing ourselves that we are capable of growth. This courage reinforces self-trust as we learn to face fear with determination. Taking action creates a cycle of confidence as each step reduces the grip of self-doubt, empowering us to achieve more. Embracing vulnerability helps us confront self-doubt. When we allow ourselves to be seen, imperfections and all, we reduce the need for external validation. Vulnerability fosters authenticity as we become comfortable with our true selves. This practice strengthens self-confidence as we learn that our worth isn't dependent on approval. By embracing vulnerability, we create a life that feels honest and fulfilling, free from the constraints of doubt. Developing a growth mindset counteracts self-doubt. When we view challenges as opportunities to learn, we reduce the fear of failure. This perspective fosters resilience as we become more willing to take risks. By valuing growth over perfection, we create a mindset that supports self-assurance as we see each experience as part of our journey. A growth mindset enhances our ability to face obstacles as we approach life with curiosity and confidence. Seeking feedback from trusted sources strengthens self-assurance. Constructive feedback provides insights into our strengths and areas for growth, helping us to build a realistic self-image. This feedback reduces the influence of self-doubt as we gain perspective on our abilities. By valuing feedback, we create a mindset that supports continuous improvement. This openness to learning reinforces our confidence as we recognize that growth is a journey. Focusing on our strengths rather than weaknesses cultivates confidence. Self-doubt often magnifies perceived flaws, overshadowing our abilities. By shifting our focus to what we do well, we create a balanced self-perception. This practice reduces insecurity as we learn to appreciate our unique qualities. Focusing on strengths enhances resilience as we approach challenges with a sense of capability. This mindset supports self-assurance, helping us to navigate life with confidence. Practicing gratitude for ourselves reduces self-doubt. Often, we overlook our achievements and qualities, focusing only on what we lack. By appreciating our efforts and abilities, we create a mindset that values progress. Gratitude fosters self-acceptance as we learn to appreciate our journey. This practice reinforces self-confidence as we shift our focus from doubt to appreciation. By cultivating gratitude, we create a foundation of self-respect and resilience. Visualization strengthens confidence by helping us envision success. When we mentally rehearse achieving our goals, we create a sense of familiarity that reduces fear. Visualization encourages us to approach challenges with confidence, as we have already seen ourselves succeed. This practice reinforces self-assurance as we develop a positive outlook. By visualizing success, we create a mindset that values potential, empowering us to overcome doubt. Reflecting on past challenges we've overcome builds resilience. Each experience of perseverance shows us that we are capable of handling difficulties. By recalling these moments, we create a mental archive of strength, reducing self-doubt. This practice fosters confidence as we recognize our ability to grow through adversity. Reflecting on resilience reinforces self-assurance as we learn that each challenge strengthens us. Setting personal goals helps to reduce self-doubt. When we have clear objectives, we create a sense of direction that supports confidence. This focus reduces feelings of insecurity as we become more intentional in our actions. By working toward meaningful goals, we create a life that feels purposeful and fulfilling. Goal setting strengthens self-assurance as we commit to our own growth and success. Building a supportive network encourages confidence. Surrounding ourselves with people who believe in us helps to counter self-doubt as we receive encouragement and perspective. This support fosters resilience as we know we are not alone in our journey. By cultivating positive relationships, we create a foundation of trust and motivation. A supportive network reinforces self-assurance as we are reminded of our strengths. Practicing self-discipline strengthens inner confidence. When we commit to our routines and goals, we build trust in our ability to follow through. This practice reduces self-doubt as we recognize our own resilience and dedication. Self-discipline fosters a sense of accomplishment, creating a foundation of self-respect. By honoring our commitments, we create a life that feels purposeful, reinforcing our confidence. Choosing to focus on what we can control reduces self-doubt. Often, insecurity stems from worrying about factors beyond our influence. By concentrating on our own actions and responses, we create a sense of empowerment. This focus reduces anxiety as we learn to let go of what we cannot change. By embracing what we can control, we build resilience, reinforcing our ability to navigate life with confidence and clarity. Focusing on what we can control brings us strength, but there is an even deeper power in being comfortable with oneself in moments of solitude. Embracing solitude offers a unique space for clarity, resilience, and personal growth. In Stoic practice, time alone was seen not as a period of loneliness, but as an opportunity to understand one's mind, to think more deeply, and to reconnect with one's values. Solitude provides a sanctuary for introspection, helping us to refine our thoughts and align our actions with our principles. Through this time alone, we learn to listen to our inner voice, reduce dependence on external validation, and strengthen our sense of self. Let's explore how embracing solitude can bring clarity and strength, transforming our lives by nurturing self-discovery, wisdom, and a foundation of unshakable resilience. Embracing solitude starts with seeing it as a gift. Time alone allows us to step back from external noise and connect with our thoughts. This quiet space encourages us to examine our beliefs, values, and desires without influence. By viewing solitude as an opportunity, we transform it from isolation to empowerment. This shift enables us to grow comfortable in our own presence, building a foundation of confidence and peace. Solitude provides the space to deepen self-awareness. When we spend time alone, we have the chance to explore our emotions, understanding what truly drives us. This awareness creates clarity as we separate our desires from societal expectations. By becoming more in tune with our inner world, we gain insight into what we truly want. Solitude strengthens self-awareness, empowering us to make choices that align with our values. Reflecting in solitude helps us to assess our actions. Daily life can pull us in many directions, making it easy to lose sight of our intentions. Solitude provides a moment to pause and consider whether our actions reflect our goals. This self-reflection fosters integrity as we align our behavior with our principles. By taking time to evaluate our choices, we reinforce a sense of purpose and clarity. Solitude teaches us that peace comes from within. In moments alone, we realize that happiness and contentment are not found in external distractions, but in a quiet mind. This understanding reduces the need for constant social interaction as we learn to appreciate our own company. By finding peace within, we create a mindset that values inner fulfillment over external validation. This approach fosters resilience as we rely on ourselves for contentment. Spending time alone helps us to cultivate inner strength. Solitude allows us to confront our fears, doubts, and insecurities without distraction. This process strengthens resilience as we learn to face challenges independently. By developing inner strength, we become less reliant on others for support, creating a foundation of self-reliance. Solitude teaches us that we have the capacity to navigate life's difficulties, empowering us to move forward with courage. Solitude fosters creativity by providing uninterrupted time for thought. In moments alone, our minds are free to wander, exploring ideas and possibilities without limitation. This creative freedom allows us to connect with our passions, sparking inspiration and innovation. By embracing solitude, we nurture our creative potential, creating a life filled with imagination and purpose. Solitude becomes a source of inspiration, guiding us to explore new paths. Time alone allows us to clarify our goals. When we are free from outside opinions, we can focus on what truly matters to us. This clarity helps us to set intentions that reflect our values, creating a life that feels meaningful. By spending time in solitude, we gain insight into our aspirations, aligning our actions with our vision for the future. Solitude strengthens our sense of direction, empowering us to pursue our goals with intention. Embracing solitude helps us to appreciate simplicity. Without external distractions, we begin to find joy in quiet moments, a walk in nature, a book, or a cup of tea. This appreciation for simplicity reduces the need for constant stimulation, creating a sense of contentment. By finding pleasure in solitude, we create a life that values quality over quantity. This approach fosters peace as we learn to embrace the richness of simple experiences. Solitude fosters emotional independence. When we are comfortable being alone, we become less dependent on others for validation or happiness. This independence strengthens our relationships as we approach them from a place of wholeness rather than need. By embracing solitude, we learn to fulfill our own emotional needs, reducing the pressure we place on others. This practice nurtures resilience as we create a life that values self-sufficiency. Time alone encourages self-acceptance. When we are alone with our thoughts, we have the opportunity to confront both our strengths and weaknesses. This self-reflection fosters acceptance as we learn to embrace ourselves without judgment. By practicing self-acceptance, we create a foundation of inner peace, reducing the need to seek approval. Solitude becomes a place of self-compassion, strengthening our ability to face life with confidence. Solitude provides the freedom to explore our thoughts without interruption. In moments alone, we are free to question, wonder, and consider possibilities without external influence. This mental freedom fosters a sense of curiosity, encouraging us to explore our ideas fully. By valuing this space for thought, we develop a mindset that values exploration, making life feel expansive and open. Solitude enhances our intellectual freedom, empowering us to think deeply and independently. Embracing solitude helps us to reset and recharge. Daily interactions and activities can drain our energy, and solitude provides a space for recovery. This time alone allows us to relax, to breathe, and to reconnect with our inner calm. By valuing solitude, we create a routine that balances engagement with rest, reducing burnout. Solitude becomes a source of renewal, supporting our well-being and resilience. Solitude encourages us to cultivate patience. In a world of constant stimulation, waiting can feel uncomfortable. By spending time alone, we learn to enjoy stillness, fostering a sense of patience. This practice reduces impulsivity as we become comfortable with taking things slowly. By embracing patience, we create a life that values thoughtful action over haste. Solitude enhances our ability to approach life with calm, strengthening our inner peace. Time alone allows us to reconnect with our values. When we are not influenced by others, we can reflect on what truly matters to us. This clarity strengthens our sense of purpose as we align our actions with our principles. By spending time in solitude, we create a life that feels authentic and grounded. Solitude reinforces our values, helping us to live with integrity and focus. Solitude teaches us to find joy in our own company. When we are comfortable being alone, we learn to appreciate our own thoughts, interests, and qualities. This self-appreciation fosters confidence as we realize that we are enough on our own. By finding contentment within, we reduce the need for constant companionship. Solitude strengthens our self-worth, creating a life that feels fulfilling regardless of external circumstances. Embracing solitude reduces stress by creating a space of calm. Time alone allows us to step away from the demands of daily life, creating a buffer against stress. This mental space fosters relaxation as we learn to let go of worries and enjoy the present moment. By valuing solitude, we create a routine that supports peace and well-being. Solitude becomes a sanctuary, enhancing our resilience and mental health. Spending time alone encourages introspection. In solitude, we have the freedom to explore our thoughts and emotions without judgment. This self-exploration deepens our understanding of ourselves, fostering emotional intelligence. By becoming more aware of our inner world, we improve our ability to navigate relationships and challenges. Solitude strengthens our sense of self as we learn to listen to our inner voice. Solitude enhances decision-making by providing clarity. When we are alone, we can consider our options without distraction, making thoughtful choices. This practice reduces impulsivity as we take time to weigh the consequences of our actions. By embracing solitude, we create a mindset that values careful consideration, enhancing our ability to make wise decisions. Solitude strengthens our judgment, empowering us to navigate life with intention. Embracing solitude teaches us to be content with what we have. Without external comparison, we learn to appreciate our own journey, reducing feelings of envy. This contentment fosters gratitude as we value the experiences and qualities that make us unique. By finding satisfaction within, we create a life that feels abundant and fulfilling. Solitude helps us to cultivate a mindset that values inner richness over material gain. Embracing solitude helps us find contentment within, yet to truly navigate life's challenges, cultivating patience is invaluable. Patience is a powerful skill that gives us the strength to wait calmly and stay focused on what matters, even in a world that urges us to rush. The Stoics saw patience not as mere waiting, but as an active state of endurance, a calm resolve that allows us to face obstacles with grace. Practicing patience teaches us to appreciate the value of persistence and to recognize that many of life's most worthwhile pursuits take time to unfold. With patience, we grow resilient and open to the journey rather than fixated on immediate results. Let's explore how adopting patience as a way of life can transform our outlook, grounding us in peace and empowering us to approach challenges with steadiness and wisdom. Patience begins with acceptance. Life often brings delays and setbacks, and by accepting these moments, we reduce frustration. Acceptance teaches us to release control, focusing on what we can influence rather than what we wish to change. This mindset fosters resilience as we learn to navigate uncertainty with calmness. By practicing acceptance, we create a foundation of patience that allows us to approach each day with peace. Practicing mindfulness enhances patience. By staying present, we reduce the urge to rush into the future, allowing ourselves to experience each moment fully. Mindfulness encourages us to savor the present, reducing anxiety about what lies ahead. This practice deepens our ability to wait as we become more focused on the now. By embracing mindfulness, we create a life that values presence over haste, fostering a patient and balanced outlook. Recognizing the value of delayed gratification builds patience. Often, the most meaningful achievements take time to materialize, and by understanding this, we reduce the need for immediate results. This perspective encourages us to invest in long-term goals, valuing persistence over quick rewards. By appreciating delayed gratification, we create a mindset that values effort, enhancing our resilience. Patience teaches us that time is an ally, not an obstacle. Letting go of control is essential for cultivating patience. Many frustrations stem from wanting things to happen on our terms, but by releasing this need, we reduce stress. Letting go allows us to flow with life's timing, creating a sense of calm. This mindset fosters resilience as we learn to approach challenges with flexibility. By embracing life's natural pace, we create a life that values harmony over urgency, reinforcing patience. Setting realistic expectations strengthens patience. Often, we set high standards for ourselves, expecting instant results. By aligning our expectations with reality, we reduce disappointment, creating space for steady progress. Realistic expectations foster resilience as we approach goals with understanding rather than pressure. By valuing gradual growth, we create a mindset that supports patience, allowing us to enjoy the journey without rushing. Embracing stillness enhances patience. In moments of stillness, we practice waiting without action, learning to find peace in quiet. This practice teaches us to let go of the need for constant activity, fostering a sense of inner calm. By embracing stillness, we create a life that values balance, reducing the urge to rush. Stillness becomes a source of strength, reinforcing our ability to wait with grace. Reflecting on past achievements reminds us of the value of patience. Each accomplishment represents time, effort, and resilience, showing us that worthwhile things don't happen overnight. By remembering our journey, we strengthen our commitment to long-term goals. Reflection fosters gratitude as we appreciate the steps that led to growth. By valuing our progress, we create a mindset that supports patience, building confidence in our ability to persevere. Patience fosters self-discipline by teaching us to wait for the right time. When we practice patience, we reduce impulsivity, allowing us to make thoughtful decisions. This discipline enhances our resilience as we approach challenges with care rather than haste. By embracing self-discipline, we create a life that values intentional action, supporting our ability to wait calmly. Patience becomes a source of strength, guiding us toward wise choices. Focusing on the bigger picture cultivates patience. Often, we get caught up in minor setbacks, forgetting our broader goals. By keeping our vision in mind, we reduce frustration as we understand that each step contributes to a larger purpose. This focus fosters resilience as we learn to navigate obstacles without losing sight of our goals. By embracing the bigger picture, we create a mindset that values persistence, enhancing our patience. Practicing gratitude reduces impatience by shifting our focus from what we lack to what we have. Gratitude reminds us that life's blessings come in different forms and at different times. This perspective fosters contentment as we learn to value each moment. By cultivating gratitude, we create a mindset that supports patience, reducing the need for constant change. Gratitude becomes a source of peace, allowing us to wait with ease. Acknowledging the unpredictability of life enhances patience. Uncertainty is a natural part of life, and by accepting this, we reduce frustration. This acceptance fosters resilience as we become more adaptable to change. By valuing uncertainty, we create a mindset that supports patience, helping us to approach each day with openness. Embracing unpredictability allows us to find peace, even in moments of waiting. Patience teaches us to prioritize quality over speed. Often, we rush to complete tasks, sacrificing excellence for efficiency. By valuing patience, we commit to doing things well, even if it takes longer. This focus on quality fosters pride as we take time to refine our work. By embracing patience, we create a life that values depth, enhancing our sense of accomplishment. Patience becomes a source of fulfillment, guiding us toward meaningful work. Fostering patience improves our relationships. When we are patient, we become more understanding of others' perspectives, reducing conflicts. Patience allows us to listen fully, creating connections based on respect. This practice fosters empathy as we learn to approach others with kindness. By embracing patience in our relationships, we create a social environment that values compassion, enhancing our bonds. Patience strengthens resilience by teaching us to endure discomfort. Life often brings challenges, and by practicing patience, we learn to face them without giving up. This endurance fosters a sense of inner strength as we become more capable of handling adversity. By valuing patience, we create a mindset that supports resilience, helping us to navigate life's ups and downs with confidence. Patience becomes a source of empowerment, guiding us through difficulties. Embracing imperfection fosters patience. Often, we expect perfection from ourselves and others, leading to frustration. By accepting that flaws are natural, we reduce the need for instant results. This perspective fosters resilience as we learn to appreciate growth over perfection. By valuing imperfection, we create a life that feels balanced, enhancing our sense of peace. Patience becomes a source of self-acceptance, helping us to embrace our journey. Mindful breathing enhances patience by grounding us in the present. When we focus on our breath, we slow down, reducing the impulse to rush. This practice fosters calm as we learn to approach life with steadiness. By embracing mindful breathing, we create a routine that supports patience, helping us to face each moment with clarity. Breathing becomes a tool for resilience, allowing us to wait with ease. Reflecting on patience as a strength encourages resilience. Patience is often seen as passive, but it requires great strength to wait calmly. By valuing patience, we create a sense of pride in our ability to endure. This recognition fosters confidence as we see patience as an asset rather than a limitation. Embracing patience strengthens our self-image, empowering us to navigate life with calm determination. Setting boundaries reinforces patience by helping us manage our time and energy. When we set limits, we reduce stress, creating space to wait without pressure. Boundaries foster resilience as we become more intentional with our commitments. By valuing boundaries, we create a life that feels balanced, supporting our ability to wait calmly. Boundaries become a tool for well-being, enhancing our patience. Focusing on progress over perfection reduces impatience. When we learn to appreciate gradual growth, we become more patient with our journey. This focus on progress fosters resilience as we recognize that each step brings us closer to our goals. By valuing progress, we create a mindset that supports patience, reducing the need for immediate results. Patience becomes a source of motivation, helping us to pursue our goals with intention. Patience allows us to navigate life with calm resolve, yet true peace and purpose come from living in alignment with our values. Integrity is the bridge between what we believe and how we act, creating a life that feels genuine and fulfilled. The Stoics believed that to live meaningfully, one must consistently act in accordance with their principles, even when it is challenging. Aligning our actions with our core values cultivates authenticity as we make choices that reflect who we truly are. By committing to integrity, we gain clarity, self-respect, and the confidence to face life's complexities with unwavering trust in ourselves. Let's explore how a life built on integrity can shape our decisions, relationships, and personal growth, helping us live with purpose and an enduring sense of fulfillment. Living with integrity starts by understanding our values. Without knowing what matters to us, we lack direction in our decisions. When we take time to identify our beliefs, we create a foundation for consistent, value-driven choices. This clarity reduces inner conflict as we make choices aligned with our principles. By knowing our values, we create a framework that guides us, fostering a life that feels genuine and balanced. Integrity strengthens our self-respect. When we act according to our values, we reinforce our sense of worth, knowing that we are true to ourselves. This self-respect fosters confidence as we build trust in our decisions. By valuing integrity, we reduce the need for external approval, creating a life that feels grounded in self-assurance. Integrity becomes a source of pride, empowering us to live authentically. Making value-driven decisions fosters inner peace. When we act in alignment with our beliefs, we reduce feelings of guilt or regret, as our actions reflect our true intentions. This harmony between values and actions enhances our well-being as we live without inner conflict. By embracing integrity, we create a life that feels consistent and whole, supporting our mental and emotional health. Integrity strengthens our peace of mind as we live in congruence with our principles. Integrity encourages accountability. When we commit to our values, we take responsibility for our actions, acknowledging the impact of our choices. This accountability fosters resilience as we own our behavior without blaming external factors. By practicing accountability, we create a mindset that values growth as we learn from each experience. Integrity becomes a foundation for self-improvement, helping us to approach life with humility and purpose. Living with integrity strengthens our relationships. When others see us act consistently with our values, trust grows, creating bonds based on respect. Integrity encourages open and honest communication as we express our beliefs without fear of judgment. This authenticity enhances connection as we build relationships that feel meaningful and supportive. By embracing integrity in our interactions, we create a social environment that values honesty and respect. Integrity fosters resilience by helping us stay committed to our values, even in difficult situations. When challenges arise, our values serve as a compass, guiding us to make decisions that align with our principles. This commitment reduces the influence of external pressures as we remain focused on what truly matters. By valuing resilience, we create a mindset that supports integrity, helping us navigate life with strength and purpose. Acting with integrity reduces the influence of self-doubt. When we know our values and act accordingly, we trust ourselves, reducing the need for constant second-guessing. This self-trust fosters confidence as we feel assured in our choices. By embracing integrity, we create a life that feels certain, reducing the grip of insecurity. Integrity strengthens our sense of self, allowing us to approach each decision with clarity and assurance. Integrity enhances our ability to make difficult decisions. When we are clear on our values, we have a framework that guides us through complex choices. This clarity reduces indecision as we know which path aligns with our beliefs. By practicing integrity, we build confidence in our ability to face challenging situations. Integrity becomes a source of guidance, empowering us to navigate life's uncertainties with wisdom. Living with integrity encourages self-discipline. When we commit to our values, we make choices that reflect this commitment, even when it requires effort. This discipline fosters resilience as we learn to prioritize our beliefs over immediate gratification. By valuing self-discipline, we create a life that feels purposeful and intentional, supporting our growth. Integrity becomes a foundation for discipline, helping us pursue a life that aligns with our principles. Integrity fosters courage by encouraging us to act authentically even when it's difficult. Living true to our values often requires bravery, as it may go against social expectations. This courage strengthens our resilience as we learn to prioritize our principles over external approval. By valuing courage, we create a mindset that supports integrity, empowering us to live boldly. Integrity becomes a source of strength, helping us face challenges with confidence. Practicing integrity promotes self-acceptance. When we act according to our values, we create a life that feels authentic, reducing the need to seek validation. This self-acceptance fosters peace as we become comfortable with our true selves. By embracing integrity, we create a life that feels whole, enhancing our well-being. Integrity strengthens our self-worth, allowing us to appreciate our journey without comparison. Living with integrity fosters empathy by teaching us to respect others' values. When we appreciate the importance of our own principles, we become more understanding of others' beliefs. This empathy enhances our relationships as we approach interactions with kindness and respect. By valuing integrity, we create a social environment that supports diversity, fostering a sense of unity. Integrity becomes a bridge for connection, helping us appreciate others' perspectives. Integrity encourages consistency in our actions. When we are committed to our values, our choices become predictable, creating stability in our lives. This consistency fosters trust, as we become reliable to ourselves and others. By valuing integrity, we create a life that feels steady, reducing the influence of external pressures. Integrity strengthens our self-reliance, helping us navigate life with a strong sense of purpose. Living with integrity reduces feelings of regret. When we act in alignment with our principles, we make choices we can stand by, even if the outcome is not as expected. This reduces guilt, as we know our actions reflected our best intentions. By embracing integrity, we create a life that feels fulfilling, free from lingering doubts. Integrity fosters peace, as we live without the weight of past missteps. Integrity teaches us the value of self-honesty. Living true to our values requires us to be honest with ourselves about what matters. This self-honesty fosters growth as we confront areas for improvement with clarity. By practicing integrity, we create a mindset that values truth, supporting our journey of self-discovery. Integrity strengthens our self-awareness, helping us to live a life that feels authentic and purposeful. Integrity reduces the influence of external validation. When we act according to our values, we no longer seek approval, as we find satisfaction within. This independence fosters resilience as we become less affected by others' opinions. By embracing integrity, we create a life that values inner contentment, reducing the need for constant affirmation. Integrity strengthens our sense of self, helping us approach life with confidence. Living with integrity fosters mindfulness. When we act in alignment with our values, we become more intentional, focusing on what truly matters. This mindfulness reduces impulsive decisions as we consider the impact of our actions. By valuing integrity, we create a life that feels balanced, enhancing our well-being. Integrity becomes a foundation for mindfulness, helping us navigate each moment with purpose. Integrity supports our long-term goals by keeping us aligned with our values. When we act according to our principles, we remain focused on our vision, even when faced with distractions. This commitment fosters resilience as we pursue goals with clarity and dedication. By embracing integrity, we create a life that values persistence, empowering us to achieve our aspirations. Integrity strengthens our resolve, guiding us toward a fulfilling future. Living with integrity encourages us to value quality over quantity. When we prioritize our values, we focus on meaningful experiences rather than external achievements. This mindset fosters contentment as we create a life that feels purposeful. By embracing integrity, we create a life that values depth, enhancing our sense of fulfillment. Integrity becomes a source of peace, guiding us to seek quality in our choices and relationships. Reinventing yourself is not an overnight journey, but a powerful transformation, a deliberate path of growth and self-discovery. Together, we've explored how to let go of past burdens, build unbreakable discipline, master emotional control, find purpose, and embrace change, all while staying rooted in values, integrity, and compassion. Each of these steps, from overcoming self-doubt to living with integrity, empowers you to create a life aligned with your deepest values and aspirations. Starting over isn't about erasing who you were, it's about refining who you are meant to become. With patience, resilience, and a mindset grounded in Stoic wisdom, you can walk this path with confidence and strength, welcoming each challenge as an opportunity for growth. Now, we'd love to hear from you. Which step resonates most with your journey? Share your thoughts in the comments below. And if you haven't already, subscribe to the channel for more empowering content on personal growth, reinvention, and living with purpose. Let's keep growing together.